Is it doing a sound check? When I hit go, I'll let you know when I hit go. It's going to start at 5:25, and all three shows will go back to back to back. You won't have to do nothing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Just, but I got to do a sound check while I've got you there. Let me do a sound check real quick, Mike. You shouldn't be hearing anything right now. Let me start with the. Let me start with some commercials.
I've been around long enough to not be shocked by anything anymore. But this, well, this takes the cake. 38%. That's all. Only 38% of your electricity actually makes it to your home. Just think about how much is wasted. That's the shocking truth. It's appalling and really shocking. Find out more at okaloosagas.com/truth. It really is shocking.
My husband and I just closed on our new home. We found a builder, CJL Construction, through Teal and Waters. We shopped around 4 months until we found this particular home. It was exactly what we was looking for. The workmanship was unbelievable, and it was the neighborhood we wanted to be in. Colton Lyon Decker and Teal and Waters made this a simple, stress-free purchase. We are pleased to recommend CJL Construction and Teal and Waters.
Give it just a second. I want to see. Yeah. I gotta wait. All right. Now we gotta see what you're hearing. Let me see what we're hearing. Oh, that's that echo. I shouldn't be getting it anyway. I got it. The problem is that this control out that I'm using is does not mute. I don't think. Check 1, 2, 3. Let me do it. Let me just do this real quick. I can see. Check 1, 2, 3. Test test. Check 1, 2, 3. Test test. Check 1, 2, 3. Test. Test 1, 2, 3. Check. Check 1, 2, 3. Test test. Check 1, 2, 3. Just trying to see if I can pick this up. I should not be hearing anything, but I've got on. Where is that volume coming from? Yeah, that's not right. It is now. Doggone it. I cannot. All right. Test 1, 2, 3. Check, 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 check. Yeah.
if you're in the market to buy a home. I highly recommend you go to their website for all their listings and information at crestvviewhomes.com.
Hello, this is Dixie Dan Powell. Just like in the courtroom, you got to be bulldog tough. It takes teamwork to get to the goal line and to win the game. Go Bulldogs. Call us, Powell Injury Law, 850-306-2667. That's 850-306-2667.
Guys, listen up. Did you spend too long out on the boat this Saturday fishing? Have you been on the links a little too much? Do you need to get out of the doghouse? Let me tell you where you need to go. Joey the Jeweler. He's on Main Street right by Desi's. He's got tons of beautiful jewels to win your girl back over. And make sure to go like and share his Facebook page. He's always doing great giveaways, so you have a chance to win something free for your girl. So head on over to facebook.com/Joey the Jeweler. Or you guys could just ask Siri what the phone number is.
Hey Siri, what is the phone number to Joey the Jeweler?
Joey the Jeweler's phone number is 850-682-1980.
Listen up. We have a big event coming at the Crestview Community Center September the 8th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. And that is the Barber and Beauty Expo 2024. This is presented by Factory Cuts. This is one of the largest barber and beauty expo events in this part of the country. There will be barber competitions, exhibitions, there will be classes. For more information, call 850-306-6229. It's at the Crestview Community Center, September the 8th. That's a Sunday from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. It's the Crestview Barber and Beauty Expo 2024. You don't want to miss it.
All right, check 1, 2. We're trying to work out some kinks back at the station. We're going to try to start the band show at 5:25 for you guys watching on YouTube right now. We're just trying to work out the kinks back at the station. They're saying they're not getting audio. Are you guys getting audio? Could you, somebody text me that's listening right now, 850-682-1177. I would appreciate it. My son's phone might be from Mars or something. I don't know. His phone might be the only one working. So if you don't mind, 850-682-1177. And if you're listening, you can send me your spread. Bulldogs taking on Milton Panthers, right? So go ahead and you can start sending that if you're listening on YouTube, 850-682-1177. How many points do you think the Bulldogs or Milton? Bill from Milton. I wonder if Bill's going to send me a number. I don't understand. Are you hearing that? Check 1, 2. Corey's check 1, 2. Corey, Mike, check 1, 2. Corey, Mike. This is Corey's mic. We're going to check that. I don't have no way of doing the outside just yet, I don't think. Let's see if I can hear outside. There's a little sound. There ain't nobody out there yet, really. They're starting to set up, but it's not really. All right. Yep. That sounds good. mic, check 1 2 3. Sideline mic, check 1 2 3. Half heavy, 1 2 3. Check 1 2 3. Half heavy. Check 1 2 3. Testing. Check 1 2 3. Mic, sideline mic, half heavy, 1 2 3. Mic up. Or check one. Check 1 2 3. Test. Test. Are we live? You live? Check 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. What time is it? I'm on a roll with a band show, whether the radio station gets it or not. They said they're not getting any audio. I find that all good audio. Thank you, Julian Wynn, Dad. Who is that? Who is that? What did I say? Oh, who is that? Who is that? Who's Julian Wynn? Oh, okay. Okay. I've got your name saved as Julian Wynn's dad. Appreciate it. Okay, and Dwayne Sapp sounds louder with it connected the other way. I know, but with the other way, Dwayne, I don't have the mute option coming out of my control left and right. Huh? Is that still low? Check 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. I'm gonna turn up this microphone just a little bit. Half heavy. Don't need to talk too much. Check 1 2 3. Check 1 2 3. Check 1 2 3. We can also bring volume up. Oh, what's going on here? All right, there we go. Is that turn? Okay, that does sound better, don't it? Check 1 2 3. Test. Test. 1 2 3. Test. Test. That sounds better, don't it? That's louder. I like it. I like it a lot. All right. And I could bring volume up just a little bit. That sounds better. Yep. Okay. All right. So I've got 5:22. We'll start the band show with or without the radio station because I am pressed for time. Band show's 13, coach is 18, and countdown to kickoff is 56. So that's going to put me with about 10 minutes, about 6:50, I think. All right, let's see what we got here. Did y'all ever get the audio?
Yeah, we got your audio. You're only coming in on the left channel, though. You're not coming in on stereo.
Okay. Are we still faking it on the radio, though?
Yeah, you're not going out over the ear.
No. What I'm saying is Jimmy had it rigged up where right channel was mimicking, or left channel was mimicking right channel. Are we doing that anymore? It should still come out. No, we're not doing that anymore? Okay. All right, I've got 2 minutes. I got to broadcast this away. For some reason, it's coming out stereo on my son's phone. I don't know why. That's weird.
It's not here at the station.
That's fine. I can only do.
He said he'll cue in here in a minute. He's got like 2 minutes.
I've got 2 minutes. I got 5:23. Is that what y'all got? Yeah, I got 5:23. I'll let you know when I start it.
Yeah.
And then y'all can carry it from there.
Okay. You better start it soon because, man, all I'm going to do is just copy that down again.
Well, it's still 5:23. Are y'all, what do you, okay, it just now turned 5:24. If I start right now, are y'all done with local news? Okay.
Chris said he'll fade into you. So
Okay, I'm going to start right now.
Coming up next, the Big Red Machine Show with your host, Joe Dunn, and band director, Jody Dunn. But first, a word from our longtime sponsor, KC Electric. KC Electric has been the longest running sponsor of the Big Red Machine Show, and WAAZ and Crestview High School appreciates KC Electric for their support. KC Electric has served Okaloosa and Walton County since 1948. That's right, 1948. You've got to be doing something right to be able to say that. KC Electric can handle all your AC, heating, and electrical needs. A Carrier dealer, KC Electric services all brands of AC units. Give KC Electric a call. 682-3037. That's 682-3037.
Let's welcome back our band director at the Big Red Machine at Crestview High School for a brand new year. Welcome back, Jody.
Thanks, Dad. It's good to be back here. Appreciate you being here again to do our Big Red Machine show, and all the folks back at the Good Country. Great to be back. Appreciate this opportunity to talk to our fans and to kick off our football season. This is my 19th year as the director of bands here at Crestview High School, my 29th year as a band director here, and my 30th year overall at my alma mater. And we're here at Jack Foster Stadium tonight, welcoming our longtime rival, the Milton Panthers, to town, and looking forward to a great game by Coach Grant and all the Bulldogs. Looking forward to Friday Night Lights with the Dog Pound and the cheerleaders and the dancers and the ROTC and all of the students and fans of Crestview High School Bulldog football. We have been working hard all summer to prepare for this, and the kids are having a great time, working real hard, and we're looking forward to seeing what they're going to be doing tonight. So, since this is our first Big Red Machine show of the season, I thought we would spend a couple of minutes talking about what's going on and previewing what you'll be seeing for the rest of the season. We're going to talk in depth a little bit more to Mr. Dyke here in a little bit about what's been happening. But I can just tell you that the show is in full swing. The name of our show this year is Top Secret. It's not a top secret, but that's the name of our show, Top Secret. And so you're going to hear music this year by the Big Red Machine, from some of your favorite spy movies, a little bit of James Bond, some Pink Panther, some Michael Bublé, and I think that you will have a good time listening to this music. It's certainly going to be recognizable and a lot of fun as you watch the show develop. We will add more and more to it. This evening you will hear just the first part of the show, and as you come back for more, you'll hear and see more and more as the season progresses. So stay tuned and come go with us. We're going to be with the Bulldogs every Friday night, both home and away. And we hope that you will stay with us and stay with the Bulldogs and cheer them on and enjoy this season of Bulldog football and Big Red Machine performances. We are looking to October as our big month, and we'll talk more about how we develop into that, but October sees us going to our district marching MPA. It will see us perform at Troy University at the Southeastern State Marching Festival, and there's a possibility of another performance that we've been invited to, and I'll just ask you to stay tuned for that. It has been a long, hot summer, and again, Sean's going to tell you more about that later, but these kids have been resilient. We took advantage of our new multi-purpose building out there by the practice field, and it was fantastic. We love having that building. We're so grateful for it. It allowed us to get out of the hottest part of the sun a few times. It allowed us to have an extra rehearsal area for some of our groups during the summer. So that was a first for us, and we were very excited to be able to use that. They worked real hard, as I said, all summer and just accomplished great things. As you can see tonight here in a few minutes, we also do our traditional pregame show, and that is a completely different show that our kids have to learn to come onto the field in a different formation, to play the fanfare, the fight song, the alma mater, and of course the national anthem. And that's been our traditional pregame show now for many, many years, and it's just another thing that these students have to learn to be prepared for our home games here at the Jack Foster Stadium. So been a lot of hard work this summer by these students, and we're very proud of the work that they have done and looking forward to seeing them show off tonight here in the game versus the Milton Panthers. We want to say hello and welcome to the Milton Band, the Mighty Black and Gold with Michael Schultz, their band director. Looking forward to their presentation as well. Wish them the greatest season for them this year.
And we'll be back right after a break for our sponsor, KC Electric, and we'll be back with the second half of the Big Red Machine Show, and we'll be meeting the rest of the Big Red Machine staff.
KC Electric has been the longest running sponsor of the Big Red Machine Show, and WAAZ and Crestview High School appreciates KC Electric for their support. KC Electric has served Okaloosa and Walton County since 1948. That's right, 1948. You've got to be doing something right to be able to say that. KC Electric can handle all your AC, heating, and electrical needs. A Carrier dealer, KC Electric services all brands of AC units. Give KC Electric a call. 682-3037. That's 682-3037.
Welcome back to the Big Red Machine Show. Let's hear from Sean Dyke now. And Sean, tell us about the summer and how we began putting the show together.
Yeah, so summer is our busy time. A lot of people don't think, think teachers get the summer off, but that's our busy season. So it really starts on in Memorial Day week. We have our 2-day rookie camp where we audition the new members, ninth graders and incoming people new to Crestview. And we teach them how to stand, how to march, the posture that we need to be able to be successful out on the field, in addition to placing them in which band class they've placed in through an audition that incorporates sight reading, their scales, prepared pieces. So it's a pretty intense couple days. After that rookie camp, our percussion section, the Crush and Percussion, and our color guard sections go through their color guard camps, where they get placed in either rifle or flag and what instrument they're going to play in the percussion, and they learn their choreography and music and techniques to help them when they're out on the field. So that's really through the month of June and July. We get some time off, the week of the 4th off, and a week in June, so people can go on vacation, things like that. And then about the 3rd week of July, we have a couple of camps to get the wind players in before the big camp, the band camp, which was the last week of July, first week of August. And like Jody said, wow, it was a hot one this year. So we definitely took advantage of that multi-purpose facility and the heat warnings, the advisories. We all piled in there and worked more on techniques. Did a procedure called across the floors, learning how to march across that big room in there. And it was we're very lucky to be able to have a facility like that, and thanks to that half-cent sales tax.
Absolutely.
So thank you all for that. At band camp, this is where we learn the show, the halftime show, the pregame show, and we'll go a little bit further into detail about how we do that a little bit later in the season. But they put in some hard work this year in the heat. So it's very cool to see them persevere, and they're really showing us what they can do, but more importantly, they're showing themselves what they can do.
Absolutely. And we had even what we call two-a-days. I think we borrowed that from the athletic department. And we had morning rehearsals from 8 to 12, and then we come back that night from 6 to 9. And again, like you said, proving what they can do.
Yes, definitely.
All right, Sean. Well, thank you for that update, and we look forward to more information as the season progresses. Now let's bring Kim Whaley to the microphone now. Kim, I understand we already have had a big performance from our Chamber Winds, and why don't you tell us about what's going on with that program?
Yes, it's great to be back. Well, our Chamber Wind classes are off to a big start. We have about probably between 60 and 70 kids enrolled in these classes this year. But we had the distinct honor earlier this week of playing. We took a woodwind quintet and a brass quintet, down to the school district offices in Niceville, and were able to play for the State Board of Education. They had their meeting, one of their meetings at that facility, and we were able to play for them. And it was really neat as I stood there and I watched the audience and watched their reactions to it, how much they appreciated what was going on. We even had several flutists, former flutists, that came up and spoke to our flute player when she played the piccolo solo on Stars and Stripes. I think Stars and Stripes Forever was their favorite piece we played. They all knew it and were bobbing their heads and tapping their feet to that one. But it was really neat to be able to participate with a lot of the other high schools. You know, Niceville was there singing, and I think Choctaw had their Air Force ROTC there. So we saw all the high schools were involved, and we got to participate by performing. And our kids really, really enjoyed it and did a great job. They were, and my son was even talking about what a cool performance that was this morning. He was talking about that.
It's a great opportunity. Very, it's an honor.
Yes, it was very much an honor. Appreciate it.
Well, thanks, Kim, and we're looking forward to more information about all of the programs here in the Crestview High School Band Room, including, and you'll hear more about it, as Sean was saying, our chamber winds already going strong, our 4 concert bands, our 2 jazz bands, color guard class, and percussion. It's quite a journey every day down here. It's a lot of fun, and it's great to be able to make music literally all day long. So I appreciate that update, and congrats to those students who were able to perform there for Commissioner Manny Diaz and the State Board of Education. So that pretty much does it for this week's Big Red Machine Show. Just letting you know that, again, we will be with the Bulldogs each and every Friday night that we have a game, both home and away. And we invite you to cheer along with us. And again, one of my favorite things about Crestview is one town, one school, one band, one team, and all together. I love it that way, and it makes for just a fantastic atmosphere on Friday night. And I've been here, like I said at the beginning of the show, a long time, an alumni, and it still feels like Crestview. It still feels like Bulldog country, and I'm glad for that. I'm very grateful to be a part of that. So again, stay tuned for upcoming additions to our show and updates weekly here on the Big Red Machine Show. Thankfully, again, sponsored by a longtime sponsor, Casey Electric. So for now, I'd like for you to stay tuned for the Coaches Show, followed by all the game action with Tim and Dusty and the crew on WAAZ-FM 104.7. And remember, once a Bulldog, always a Bulldog, and go Dogs!
Hello, this is Dixie Dan Powell. Just like in the courtroom, you got to be Bulldog tough. It takes teamwork to get to the goal line and to win the game. Go Bulldogs. Call us, Powell Injury Law, 850-306-2667. That's 850-306-2667.
Well, we're sitting here, first game 2024, third-year coach Thomas Grant. Coach, let's go back and talk a little bit about the whatchamacallit. I don't know if you want to call it the classic or whatever. That game has changed over the years. So for the guys up in the booth, hardest game in the world to call because you don't know what's going on.
Yes, sir.
So let's evaluate it with your eyes. What did you see? You know, pros, cons, all that good stuff.
I mean, you know, I'll start with their opening drive. You know, we did have a chance to get off the field on a third down, missed a sack, but, you know, we didn't give up the big play. You know, they used all their 10 plays right before they scored. So that's kind of a positive thing. I thought for the most part we did a decent job tackling a very athletic team in the open field. So, you know, we talked about we want to keep everything in front of us, no big plays, and make a team.
Well, they only had one or two really big plays.
Yeah, over 20 yards. It wasn't
right,
many.
Right.
And then our first possession, you know, I felt like we moved the chains, something we've been preaching about. You know, we're thinking first downs, not touchdowns. The touchdowns will come if we get first downs. And we had a 10-play drive. And, you know, we would have had one more play at the 4-yard line. So I mean,
we gave y'all 3 there because
Yes,
I mean,
sir.
you know, so we had y'all winning that 32-28. Okay, so I'm just saying, just now listen, it could have been totally different.
Yes, sir.
But I gave Zai that touchdown, you know, so there was things I gave, and
Yes, sir.
it was hard to figure it out. But we scored a lot of points. We scored points.
We did.
There was manufacturing some things.
Yes, sir. You know that. Just speaking of on their next drive, you know, that would have been a pick six in a real game.
Right.
He did a great job playing his zone. The quarterback tried to force a throw, and you know that's one of the strengths of our teams. You know, is our secondary. But for teams to feel like they have to pass, 1 or 2 things have to happen. One is we have to win first and second down. You know, to force them into that situation,
That's right.
or you know, we need to jump on them and kind of take the running game away by getting a lead. You know, those are 2 different ways you can kind of force a team's hand to make them one-dimensional. But, you know, it's going to be very critical for us defensively to win first and second down.
And whenever the folks that were out there on Thursday night to see this, you witnessed probably a college defensive line.
I was telling Coach Hatton and some of the other coaches, and
Catholic.
Yes, for Catholic. In my 19 years, that might be the best defense line unit. If I had to rank them, 1B would be Armwood that one year, and then 1C was probably a Scamby in the Classic, you know, last year. So I mean, you know, look.
But they was all 6'4", 6'5".
Yes, sir.
250.
All of them had college offers already. So, and there's actually, you know, the best one I think is only a junior. So number 7, that's one of the best looking defensive ends I've seen in the Panhandle. In a very long time. Yes, sir.
I mean, I don't even think our boy from Ware was that. Ware was close.
He was close, but that kid has some more. Size on him. Look, even their kickoff guy, the kicker, was like 6'5", you know, 260. So it was good stuff.
Yeah, it was. So, but you know what? You got a feel for what your kids
Yes,
can
sir.
do against a great team.
Yes, sir.
Right?
I thought we competed very well. I thought our spirits were good. You know, even when they scored on the opening possession, you know, there was no. We just competed, and that's all you got to do.
Right.
You know, you can't have the mentality of as soon as one bad thing happens, the sky's falling. You know, you just got to, you know, just maintain and make plays. And I felt like we did a great job of competing throughout.
All right, let's zone in just a little bit on some of the plays, positions. Let's talk a little bit about your skill position on the offensive side, quarterback, receivers.
Right now, quarterbacks, you know, we're going to kind of have a 2-platoon system. You know, Jayson McQueen, he started the game.
What did you think about him last week?
I thought he did a great job, you know, for the most part. Obviously, there's some things he's got to get better. We talked about that. You know, one thing is identifying the coverage and getting the ball out quicker, especially in that situation where you don't have a lot of time. So you need to know
a young line, right?
Yeah, we started, I believe, 3 sophomores and 2 juniors. But look, he on that first drive, he kept some plays alive, completed some balls down the field. I think he threw 1 touchdown to Tassin in the red zone portion. You know, he scrambled, got some yardage. You know, there wasn't any called runs for him. There will be called runs this week for him. So, but you know, he's a very you know, versatile, you know, player. So he does a lot of good things. And you know, the other person that, you know, Zy Tassin is going to play receiver and quarterback. You know,
I thought Coleman had a pretty good.
Look, I thought our skill guys competed their butts off and held their own. You know, Phillips had some opportunities. On the first drive, we had a screen set up, and if it doesn't get batted down, I think it's a walk-in touchdown. The left guard did a great job. He depleted that outside linebacker, but the ball just got deflected. We did some good things. You know, we probably left 2 or 3 touchdowns out there, but you know that's to kind of be expected in a preseason game like that. You know, that was Jay Jones' first snap at varsity.
Scripted.
Yes, sir.
I mean,
yes, sir.
You know, it was hard to figure out what was going on. Only you and the other coach really knew what was going on.
Yes, sir.
I thought there for a minute we was going to have a stalemate with both defenses on the field. I think it was the last period or whatever you want to call it.
JV period, yes,
they
sir.
didn't realize that they needed to be on offense.
Well, that was my fault. I mean, I was trying to, you know, it went a little bit longer than what I thought, and I was just trying to, you know,
rush it up.
You know, just what's the word? speed up the process, rush it up, I guess. But yes, sir. That was on me, not on them.
How health wise did y'all come out? Did anybody get hurt that night?
There's a couple of kids that got hurt. It was mostly JV guys. Varsity wise, going into this week, I think there's only 2 kids that one's a maybe, and the other one's probably needs another week. Other than that, and those are linemen, type O-line, D-linemen. So, and there's people banked up right now, so we have to monitor as we go.
So before we go to the Milton matchup tonight, let's just real quick, as I'm looking at your roster, first of all, you don't have a lot of seniors, but how many starters do you have coming back that are seniors? That are going to be your leaders as a senior that played last year? Do you have anybody that?
3 on offense.
Okay.
And I have 2 starters coming back on defense that are seniors and 3 on offense.
So 5 total.
5 total, yes,
that
sir.
played last year.
That played last year.
Starters.
Yes, sir.
So needless to say, you're young. I mean, it's not like
we were extremely young last year, and we're just young this year. So, yes, sir. But
so we get out of the young category maybe next year. Right?
Should, yes, sir.
Right. All right. So when we come back, we'll break it down tonight. We've got the Milton Panthers coming over. We'll break it down here on WAC 104.7.
Hello, this is Dixie Dan Powell. Just like in the courtroom, you got to be bulldog tough. It takes teamwork to get to the goal line and to win the game. Go Bulldogs. Call us, Powell Injury Law, 850-306-2667. That's 850-306-2667.
We are back with Coach Grant. Coach, we've got the Milton Panthers tonight. First of all, let's go over your week for practice, everything. You're having to practice a little late.
Yes, sir.
That's just because of the heat.
Yeah,
right?
Yes, sir. That's just the state of the heat. Once the wet bulb meets a certain temperature, we have to go inside. I can't do anything. So instead of, dodging it, we just decided to go at nighttime for the early part of the summer. Hopefully by next week, we can start getting some after-school practices in and not be so late at night.
Did I hear somebody tell me at the lunchroom table that there is a team around here that's got indoor facilities, practice facilities?
In Florida?
Yeah, is it Southwalk or no?
Not to my knowledge, not yet. But look, Walton County will probably be the first because they invest in their athletics over there. Yes, sir.
And they're the only county around here. I will say, Santa Rosa is building 2 high schools. They've got one coming between Navarre and Gulf Breeze, and then they're going to build one between Pace and Milton. But yes, I think that eventually we'll see that. I know they've got some beautiful facilities and
Yes,
other
sir.
sports over there. All right, Milton, last year, if you do look at that situation, we handled Milton pretty good. I think we won by 20 or so points.
Yes, sir. I remember it was a 14-7 half they were winning, and then we offensively we got going.
22 or something.
Yeah, yes, we scored 42 in the second half against them. That's not that's not something that happens every game. I can assure you.
We had a good running game, didn't we?
Yes, sir. We finally started getting going. I think Patrick Rogers in 3 quarters had 5 touchdowns. Turtle played a great game. That game, throwing and running, and it got clicking. That's something we want to get off to a hot start this year, not wait till the second half. I know they have a dynamic, player, receiver, safety type, number 3. His last name's Hall. I'm not sure of his first name, but he's, like a 4-star supposedly. Some of the
not kidding that Hall that come through Choctaw a long time ago, was it?
No, a different Hall, from my understanding. Yes, sir.
They bring to the table on offense, as you've looked at their little bit of film that you can look. Do they have a lot of returners, first of all, on offense? And are they going to keep the same scheme?
Yeah, yes, sir. They were kind of young like we were last year, so there's a lot of guys back. I know they're dealing with some injuries, too, just talking to Coach Gillis. Real quick, Coach Gillis, he does a great job. He's a great man, and, he's been bitten by some of this, transfer portal stuff, and, you just hate to see it. But he does a great job, and they're looking for a bounce back year. They got a heavy junior class, kind of like we do.
Okay.
So it's going to be a battle.
And too, anytime you beat a team like that, they're going to come back over here. They want payback.
Absolutely.
And that's all over the locker room, right?
Absolutely.
Payback. I mean, that's the locker room talk.
Yes,
so
sir.
you got to. So who are some of the key players you got to stop there? Where are they at speed wise? Skill players on offense, running back, receiver. What's that look like?
The first one's number 3. He plays both ways. He's as dynamic as a player in the Panhandle. That's the reason why some of your topper Division I programs are recruiting him. Their running back is workmanlike. They have a slot receiver off the top of my head. I think it's number 2. Very shifty. We need to locate him. Offensive line, they're really, really big. So we got to use our quickness against them a little bit. But they're your typical high school team. They do a good job. We have to force them that if they're going to drive the field, to do it in 10 plus plays. And usually high school teams can't do that. There's a mistake coming somewhere.
That's right. How do you match up your offensive skill players to their defensive skill players? What do you think that matchup looks like?
I think we have to know where number 3 is in the back end. We can't lob it up near him because he will pick it off. I do like some of the matchups for us. I think the running game is something that we can keep going. There's certain things they do I think we can take advantage of in the way they play defense, assuming that's the same thing that we've seen on film that we're going to get.
You're sort of reading hats. How are you doing that with RPO? Are you still doing? Are you similar to what he does?
Very similar. Each week, I look at their defense, and we will put together an RPO plan where if it's a 6-man box, we're going to read somebody to make it a 5-man box. Or if it's a 5-man box, we might read somebody to make it a 4-man box. So now we gain. So now we can have a pure double team somewhere.
Gotcha.
So we're just looking to find, what's the best RPO for that week. This week we have 3 different RPOs we're going to run. One is on it's a read play where we're reading one of the linemen, and when we say our smoke game, that's when we read linebackers and secondary guys in our run to pass situation.
Everybody wants to win their first game.
Yes, sir.
It is what it is. But where do you put this game at on momentum or importance, or trying to get out on the right track?
Well, I think when you look at our schedule, it's just almost like a must-win. We have
I hate to say that too. I was wanting you to say it. I didn't want to say it.
We have a very tough schedule. There's 7 playoff teams from a year ago, and that's not even including Pace. So
that's right.
We have to get off to a hot start. Because it's going to be a war for 10 straight weeks.
Walton's next week, then Choctaw, then Niceville, Pace, Pine Forest. I'm going to be honest with you. Calling it since '99, I don't know if we've played such tough teams in a row.
Yes, sir.
Now, you've got a break before you play Pace.
We do. Look, I wanted our open week to be after Niceville, and it just so happened to be before our first district game. So that's probably the best scenario I could dream up. It happened perfectly for us. So
now you picked up some winners, Pine Forest and Escambia.
2 of the more athletic, teams in the area.
Right.
Both those coaches do a great job. Look, there's a lot of talent, a lot of good coaching in the Panhandle. Look, if we want to get to where we want to get to, and that's obviously to win a state championship, you got to
beat those teams first.
Yes, because in the playoffs, there's going to be 1-score games.
Right.
And it's going to come down to execution every single play.
Those teams are always, most of them are always in the playoffs. What that schedule you put together, some of those teams are going to make the playoffs.
Correct.
And if you can't beat them, there's no reason to
Exactly.
worry about it.
We want to be battle tested, going in, and we're definitely going to be battle tested, going into our district, game. So
right.
I'm looking forward to the challenge. That's the reason why we wanted to face Catholic in the Kickoff Classic. They were a Final Four team last year. I think they returned, I want to say 15 to 17 starters from that Final Four team.
They're loaded this year for sure.
Yes, sir. They're loaded, and look, our kids left that game very, very confident, and I kept preaching.
We did too. We were shocked. Not that we were shocked, but knowing how good Catholic was,
yes,
I was really surprised how many times we truly did get the ball in the red zone or either across the goal line.
Look,
that was awesome.
Yes, so we've been preaching. It's not about 60 plays. It's about one play at a time, 60 times. And as soon as if something bad happens or even something good happens, you got to forget about it and move on to that next play because we're trying to win, 60 battles, not win one war. We're trying to win 60 battles every game.
All right, 2 more questions.
Yes, sir.
How many points do you feel good scoring and winning?
Well, I mean,
is 35 the number always? Or that was for Tim.
That I'm the same way. You know, we want to be around that, you know, 30, 35 mark, you know, is what I feel like we should average.
Okay. So besides the score, always take that off the board because you've got to have the most points to win. Take that off the board. What are you looking for to happen positively to have the most points? What is it? Is it the play of your quarterback, receiver, your skill players, your defense, your offensive line? If you had to pick one thing that has to be successful against Milton tonight, what would you say it would be?
I think for this game is going to be the young guys up front, you know, because I've been telling them all week and really all summer, if we can get a hat on a hat, our skill guys will do the rest. You know, but it has to be the right hat.
Give them a little time.
Get a little time.
Or make a room.
You know, and if we can just get stalemates. It doesn't have to be a lot of movement. We just got to get our hat on the right location, on the right person, and we got guys that will make you right. So we just can't get blown up. We can't allow penetration, but like I said, if we get a hat on a hat, our skill guys are going to put us in a good situation for the most part.
Great. Appreciate it, Coach.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
This is Dusty Holloway, owner of the Holloway Agency, and we are proud supporters of the Crestview Bulldogs. The Holloway Agency is your locally owned and operated independent insurance agency, and we offer a full line of coverages for all of your home, auto, business, and life insurance needs. Our offices are located at 168 West Woodruff Avenue in historic downtown Crestview. Feel free to drop in, or you can give us a call at 850-682-1900, or you can go to our website at www.thehollowayagency.com. Go Dogs.
Welcome to another year of Countdown to Kickoff 2024. Appreciate the Holloway Agency for sponsoring again this year. Dusty, I think it's been almost 20 years on Countdown to Kickoff, covering about 30 teams across Northwest Florida.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think we started in either 03 or 04, and pretty much I think at that time kind of stayed in that Escambia, Santa Rosa, Okaloosa,
maybe
Walton, and Freeport, but then we expanded on a little bit further and expanded out all the way to Mariana, Panama City, that area. So
and sometimes we'll throw in the Bruton games or whatever.
Alabama games, because I think they actually start their season. Do they start the week that we start Kickoff Classic?
Was it last week?
Or it might be this week. Maybe they used to start a week before us, but we have moved season back to almost 4th of July, it seems like.
Yeah.
and we start about the same time now.
Hey, you know what's happening next year?
What's that?
School starts an hour later for high school all across all across Florida. They've changed that. Well, high school.
Yeah.
They want the teenagers to get an hour more rest, or at least try to. That'll start them at. So that's going to be an 8:30 start, I think.
That will be from having a spouse that's in the school system and knowing what I hear about the bus scheduling and lack of sometimes. It's going to make it a lot harder.
Really?
Well, I don't know because Davidson, if they don't change Davidson, and Davidson's still an early start time at 7:00, it might free up some in that case.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But anyways, this year we've had some revamping of our schedules. Some of the teams went up, some of them went down. Some of our folks that we've played for a long time, they are down this year, as in like Niceville. But one team that we've carried it, I think it's Fat Boy's team, Graceville, right?
Fat Boy was great. Yeah, Graceville. It wasn't Cottondale. I think it was Graceville.
Just listen to Coach Newts. It sounds like that they're going JV only because they're so young. They only had 2 or 3 juniors, no seniors.
Yeah, I saw an article about it, and they went through spring with only like 19 or 20 players to begin with.
Right.
I think 7 or 8 of those were seniors, and they got poached away by, I think, Chipley, Vernon, maybe Holmes County. They all got a few apiece, which left them with like 12 or 13 players that were all underclassmen. I think a couple of juniors and then the rest sophomore and freshmen. So to prevent any, potential injuries as you're a, 10th grader or 9th grader going up against 11th and 12th graders, not really a fair fight. So like you said, they decided to go ahead and pull the plug on the varsity schedule this year and consolidate everything down to a JV and freshman team. So hopefully this is a 1-year issue for Graceville. Graceville, a lot of people don't know this, but they're a 2-time state champion back in the 80s.
Back in the 80s, right?
Neil Anderson, I think, was the guy's name out of Graceville that played for the Chicago Bears in the NFL. They've
were
got
they
some
battling
history.
Baker back in the day?
Oh yeah, they were.
If it wasn't Baker, it was them.
Yeah, a lot of times, especially in that mid to late 80s, Graceville was definitely a force to reckon with in 1A football up here in the north part of the state. So hopefully see them turn it around and get back on the varsity schedule next year.
Well, let's look at, first of all, how the districts are laid out. If you remember correctly, last year, I think it started last year, didn't they just box in the smaller schools all together?
There's no, in what used to be 1A, it's now called the rural division.
There is a 1A, but the ones that used to be
in the
1A.
traditional 1A.
Right.
Well, they used to be in the 1A with your private schools, basically, with your North Florida Christians, your Jacksonville University Christians. Basically, they took the rural division, which is your Baker, your Chipleys, Cottondales, Jays, Northview, Holmes County, those teams. They put them in what's now called the rural division, which is composed of, with Graceville out now, it's composed of 34 teams from one end of the state to the other. They break that down, I believe it's into 4 regions, okay? And then you have no district, so there's no district championships. There's not even a region champion. But then at playoff time, they take, I believe it is the top 6.
Yeah, I think
the
that's
first,
right.
And then your top 2 seeds get a bye.
That's right.
So,
That's right.
yeah.
It was a little confusing trying to figure it out last year.
Because you knew
right.
if it was 8 teams, that's basically the whole division or the whole classification getting in the playoffs.
Right.
It's still a large number, but they take 6
30
teams.
to 40%,
Yeah,
I think,
6 teams from each division or from each region that get into the playoffs. The top 2 teams.
How many's in a region, Dusty? 16?
No, it's like 8.
8's in a region.
8 to 10, depending on the, because there's only a total of 34 teams in the whole state.
In this whole thing? Oh,
Yeah.
wow. So it's mainly the upper part of the state.
Yeah. It pretty much, it kind of.
Does any of them slide down?
No, I mean, if you look at it, it is predominantly Lake City North.
We have people trying to break in here. I guess they're listening to us. And no, just kidding. All right, so let's do this. Let's take the teams out of this region, and let's just look at of course, who they're playing tonight, and then maybe some games that might stand out. And the ones that we're going to cover in this region, who are they, Dusty? Of course, Baker.
Yep. So we cover Baker, Bluntstown, right on that. Well, actually, we don't even cover
because they are in that. They play a lot of.
We give them a little mention.
Right.
But really, the ones we concentrate on are the Baker, Chipley, Cottondale, Holmes County, Jay, Northview, Vernon.
Yeah, that's about right.
That's the main one.
Now, some of them will sneak in there like a Weewaw, Schnees, or something.
Or Port St. Joe.
Or Port St. Joe, because they're playing some of these other teams. So let's just start out. Let's start out with Vernon. Who do they got tonight?
Vernon opened up, and this is normally, it seems like Vernon always opens their season historically either with Chipley or with Jay. And and Jay's who they're opening up with this year, taking on Jay. Vernon last several years really.
Where is it at, by the way?
They're playing at Vernon.
At Vernon?
Yeah, playing at Vernon. And, Vernon trying to turn things around. I think it was 2020, maybe, the last time they actually were in the state semifinals. Baker beat them to get to the state championship game, which they won. Baker won that game 7-6 and then went on to beat Hawthorne. But for the past, what is that now, 4 years, 2021, 22, 23, 20, yeah. So about the last 3 or 4 years, it has been extremely slim pickings.
Yeah.
Jay, on the other hand, has turned things around. So
they have.
Yeah.
Next matchup, so they've got Jay and Vernon and Jay, our first matchup in this rural district. Who's our rural?
Is going to be Cottondale. Cottondale playing one of those teams that, like you kind of talk about, that we'll mention from time to time because of who they're playing. and they are going over to Sneed's on the Sneed's Pirates. Cottondale, started off strong last year and kind of flattened out. And, Cottondale's in that area, not too far away from Graceville, but they don't get the ability, it seems like, to really have those teams that's really going to be a competitive team that's going to try to make that deep run. Holmes County and Chipley have started putting themselves in the mix, but Cottondale and Graceville, for whatever reason, in that area, that Holmes and Washington County area, Graceville and Cottondale have just really been left out of the playoff mix the last few years.
Chipley in this region taking on private school, I think.
Yep, they are going to be hosting a perennial 1A powerhouse.
Starting out strong.
With North Florida Christian. So you will find out fast and in a hurry how the Chipley Tigers are going to be looking this year, taking on one of the better 1A teams in the state of Florida.
Holmes County, on the other hand, playing a Liberty County. I think Holmes County beat them last year. I'm not sure, though.
Yeah, Holmes County last few years had some very competitive teams. Definitely made it into that 6-team grouping out of their region. So look for that to be a good game for Holmes County.
Northview has always been a team that's in the mix when it comes to the playoffs. They've had a few years every now and then, but I wonder, Dusty, this year how they're going to be.
Going to be like with most rural division schools. It can vary greatly from year to year. Northview was that team back in the late teens, early 20s, whenever Baker was making that seem like a state championship or semifinal run every year. Northview was always that team that they had to beat to get to state. And, Northview got the best of them a couple of times. Baker got the best of them a couple of times. The last few years, though, Northview has kind of been off and on. But the team that they're playing, that's the team that I'm going to really kind of watch this year. They had a pretty good first year last year. I'm interested to see how Destin's going to do this year.
Destin, I was talking to David Schmidt. He's from Fort Walton. He was a principal at the academy, and over at Walton, a principal. He ran for school board, didn't win, but we were talking about why Fort Walton did not hire E.G. Green. He believes E.G. Green's going to do a great job at this. Hey, they were 7-3 last year. It's going to be probably in the next year or two, he'll be in the FHSAA, but he's going to do a great job at Destin. Baker's the last school in this region. Let's really focus. The big news for Baker is Coach Brunson did come back. He went up to Opp for 1 year. And, the story is Opp's supposed to be loaded this year. Although some of the guys that went up there stayed up there.
Okay.
So Opp, they predict in Opp 7 or 8 wins this year.
Wow.
We'll see how that goes. Coach Brunson comes back to a team that he's basically starting over. There's no reloading, it's rebuilding for Coach Brunson, right?
During his tenure, the first go-around at Baker, it was literally reloading every year.
Those last 4 or 5 years, he went to state, 3 times?
2 or 3, starting in 16.
But that was the one where we got Pahokee, and they had an illegal guy.
That forfeiting.
I know he beat Hawthorne, but there was Madison County.
There was one other time.
Was it in Madison?
Yep. So in that 5-year stretch, we went to state 3 times.
3 times.
Or they went to state.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting this go around with Coach Brunson to see. I know down the road, a year, 2, 3 down the road, he's going to be able to turn things around like he always has. I'm going to be interested to see how it works this year because, and I always like to preface when I talk about Baker, good, bad, or indifferent. I can talk good or bad or indifferent about because I'm a Baker boy.
That's right.
I'm really going to be interested to see how Baker does this year, solely because of where it went so quickly last year. Went down. I think they finished the season with less than 20 players on the team. I know they got a few of those players back. They got the numbers back up a little bit, but I still think they're in the low to mid 20s player-wise. So there's going to be a lot of guys playing both ways. How deep is that talent level?
What does their schedule look like, Dusty? Run through it real quick.
start off with FAMU, Tallahassee or FAMU, which FAMU's been down the last several years. So that's a good opening test for Baker to pick up an early win. Second week, they're going to play Destin. We just talked about Destin.
Didn't Destin beat Baker last year?
They
almost beat them. Or did they?
They did beat Baker.
I think they did.
Well, we might look at that during the break and come back and confirm. But play Destin the second week. Third week, playing Central. Central starting up. That's one team we'll talk about as the year goes on because there's nothing to talk about because this is their first year playing football.
That's right.
Then they, fourth game of the year, the War on Highway 4, going over to Jay to play Jay. Then they host North Bay Haven on the 20th of September. Then they bring in Houston County out of Alabama. They're going to be coming down to Baker. Know nothing about Houston County. Then they go on October 4th. They go up to Northview to play Northview. Then they go up back again. They're playing 2 Alabama schools, it looks like. They're going up to Zion Chapel.
Probably connections from Ott, right?
From Ott, probably. Yeah, with some of the connections he made up there. Zion Chapel's always been, I've heard that name for years, and I think they've always got a decent little, I think they're a 1A program up there in Alabama. Then they finish off the year at Freeport, and then at Vernon. So, you look at the one team.
My gosh, they don't have that many home games.
They only got 4 home games this year, I think.
Whoa.
5 counting the kickoff classic. So,
oh, wow.
The one team that is missing, that one thing that Coach Brunson loves to do is he loves to get a very
a good win.
A very he's all about the wins. During the regular season.
I didn't hear you mention Rocky.
Rocky is not on the schedule.
Anybody else you're thinking? That's what I want to come to mind.
I see.
Well, did he do this schedule or was this leftover?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Having only 4 home games, that don't sound like Brunson. He's known to buy some games too. I'll be honest.
I see what should be
5 wins, 6 wins.
5 to 6 wins easily, which should get them into that 16 team grouping out of our region. Right. One thing I will say before we move on. Don't be surprised to see Baker this year. Not that they're going to go Coach Hatton throwing the ball, but don't be surprised if you see Baker throw the ball 12 to 15 times a game this year.
So not belly left, belly right.
Armstrong, the Armstrong boy that's been the quarterback since he was a freshman, has been in that 5'6" to 5'8" range. He's grown 5 inches over the summer. He's right at 6 foot.
Really?
And he's been working on arm strength. I talked to a lady who her son plays on the team. They've got a lot more passing plays in the playbook and showed a little bit this past week at the Kickoff Classic.
Real quick before we go to break, their schedule, you just pulled it up. You said the only team that they're playing this year that they beat was FAMU?
Was FAMU. Last year Baker went 3-6.
And they lost to Destin then?
Lost to Destin 21-19. The other team games that they won last year was,
Rocky.
like I said, FAMU. They didn't play Rocky last year, but they played Lighthouse.
Oh, that's right.
And then they also played Pike Liberal Arts School out of Alabama. So neither one of those teams on the schedule. So only one game from last year that they had a win on.
Class 2A, Region 1, District 1's Freeport, Pensacola Catholic, South Walton. Who's missing, Dusty, from last year? West Florida Tech, right?
Yeah, and I'll tell you just by that names that you called off, I hadn't even seen the list. Freeport went all the way from the rural division, bypassed 1A and went up to what's 1A.
Well, 1A is
private.
The private, right?
But yeah, went up to 2A.
Went up to 2A. So you have Freeport, Catholic, South Walton. Just thinking about last year, Walton and Catholic, we called that game actually in the second round, and Catholic pretty much had their hand at that. But now Walton beat them in the regular season.
Just here in that district, nothing against any of the other teams, but for at least a little bit, that should be. And I'm even going to take Walton out of the mix. This should be a 4-team district this year, next year, because they reclassify every 2 years.
Catholic's got to get out of there.
Catholic should be the front runner in this. Both.
As long as they're in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand. I think Catholic should go to 3 or either private.
It's all about numbers. That's a good question. Why
there is no way that Catholic is as small as Freeport or these guys. They must be at the top.
And it's not even that Freeport's small. You think about Freeport from a growth standpoint, they're busting at the seams. South Walton busting at the seams. The one that really, from a size standpoint, Walton has got to be one of the smaller
ones out of the
yeah.
I think last year I think Coach White said that he's one of the smallest in the state. Yeah. On the bottom end of the numbers.
That had to be the case.
All right. Well, let's look at them real quick. Who does Freeport got tonight?
So Freeport starting the year off over in Panama City, taking on North Bay Haven. North Bay never been able to get their footing. So I look for Freeport to pick up the win there.
So who does Catholic have?
They open up tonight at home against Navarre. So no little play-in game to get your feet wet and get some playing time.
That's going to tell us a lot right off the bat. To be honest with you. It really will.
Yep.
That's going to be a great game if you look at it.
Navarre, second week of the season, they're going to hit the they actually are. They're fortunate they've got both of these games at home this year.
Who, Catholic you talking about?
Yeah, Catholic opens up with Navarre next week. Pace. Ooh. Navarre and Pace.
So we only have 3 in our district: Pace, Navarre, and Tate. So the first 2 Catholic's going to, and we've got an opportunity. We'll talk about that in a minute.
Let me tell you, and I'll just tell you,
go over their schedule. Yeah, Catholic schedule.
This probably, just at what I'm seeing right here, could be one of the tougher schedules based on the size of the school in relation to its size. This could be one of the toughest schedules in our area. I know. We're going to talk about that, but you got Navarre, Pace, then you make the trip up to Montgomery to play Montgomery Catholic.
I was about to say, don't tell me the poets.
No, historically, Montgomery Catholic,
they're good.
They're always going to have a good club. Next week, the 20th of September, at home, Pine Forest.
That's tough.
Really, the first game.
And we play Pine Forest too, by the way. So those 3 games,
first
teams,
4 games.
Yeah. So, but 3 of those games, the first 3 out of the 4
are at home.
Yeah, but we're playing those teams, so that'll give us an idea. Who else they got?
Then they play Freeport.
Okay, well that's.
And then Mobile Christian.
They got to play Freeport, and they got to play South Walton.
And then Walton, South Walton, and then end the season with St. John Paul II, which is
easy. That's easy.
It's one of those.
So that first 5 games, though, they're getting ready for their districts. What they're doing.
Yeah.
They're just preparing that because those are some really. I mean, those teams are 2 or 3 times bigger.
Yeah. So
for sure.
And part of that probably is based on, is probably relegated or dependent upon the fact that Catholic has been a much better club these last few years, and they're not able to play that many teams that's even at their classification in other districts. They just don't want to play them, so they're having to play up classification.
Hey, it's a little strange, but South Walton, they've got a game, but it's not tonight.
Yeah, they start the season tomorrow night at Gulf Breeze.
That is just strong. So I wonder why they're playing on Saturday night, unless there's a conflict of interest with where are they playing?
At Gulf Breeze.
I wonder if there's something else going on in the stadium or something. That's weird.
Gulf Breeze doesn't share their stadium with anyone.
Did you say it was senior night for somebody?
That's what the Max Prep schedule showing is that it's senior night
for Gulf Breeze.
But it would have to be for Gulf Breeze because they're at Gulf Breeze.
That's gotta be.
Yeah, that is.
I wonder. You just normally don't hear that. Now, we've had some games on Saturday morning because of issues with other teams over in Pensacola, but not the Gulf Breeze. So anyways, we don't know, but they're playing. What about Walton starting their year? I mean, we've got Walton next week, so who do they have tonight?
They travel over to Marianna, and they're going to be playing Marianna. And Marianna coming off a pretty good
year.
season.
They did.
And Walton coming off an extremely good year. Got upended. I think the game, like I said, you and Corey handled some of the games there in the playoffs, and they got upended on the playoff run by Catholic last year.
That's
so going to be interesting to see how Coach White and the Braves come into this year. I can't really, remember if they were real senior heavy last year or not. I know they do have a good handful of players coming back, but it's those key impact players.
Right.
Are they going to be back this year?
Region 2A, Class 2A, Region 1, District 2, which we just talked about, Marianna, Bozeman, Marianna, North Bay Haven, Rutherford, your Panama City schools, basically. So Mariana's playing Walton. What about Bozeman? Who do they have tonight?
Bozeman opens up at home against Holmes County.
Okay. Well, and that leaves us North Bay Haven. Who do they open up with?
Yeah, North Bay Haven starts in a 2A matchup, just different districts. They're going to be hosting Freeport. So good early season matchup of two 2A schools.
Oh, yeah, Rutherford, too, the other Panama City school. Who do they have? We probably won't cover them much, but because they're in this, well,
yeah, and they start off with that one of those inter-town rivalry games. They will be there at Tommy Oliver Stadium hosting Mosley.
Ooh,
so
Lord, that's a tough way to start.
It just shows you how many kids are transferring away and going to whether it be Mosley, Bay, Arnold, wherever. For Rutherford to be down to a 2A school they used to be 4 and 5A.
That's correct.
That shows you the talent that they've got.
Chris used to play them.
Yeah. And they used to be a good school in the 80s and early 90s, a good football team.
When we come back, we'll start with Class 3A. We got 3, 4, 5, and 6 to roll through. You may have some surprise of who's where in these classifications. We'll be right back after word from our sponsor, the Holloway Agency.
This is Dusty Holloway, owner of the Holloway Agency, and we are proud supporters of the Crestview Bulldogs. The Holloway Agency is your locally owned and operated independent insurance agency, and we offer a full line of coverages for all of your home, auto, business, and life insurance needs. Our offices are located at 168 West Woodruff Avenue in historic downtown Crestview. Feel free to drop in, or you can give us a call at 850-682-1900, or you can go to our website at www.thehollowayagency.com. Go Dogs.
Welcome back to Countdown to Kickoff 2024. And I think, Dusty, we had said earlier, it's about 20 years now we've been doing this and been covering all these teams. We have Class 3A, Region 1, District 1, and that is another Panama City team. So there's 4 Panama City teams? Yeah, Mosley, Rutherford, Bay, and
Rutherford's 2A.
No, but I mean, there's four teams over in Panama City.
Mosley, Rutherford, Bay, that's the original one. Then you have Arnold. North Bay Haven. That's 5. Yeah.
They're almost like Pensacola with so many teams. Yeah. So Bay, Pensacola, West Florida Tech, who went up to 3A. They are no longer with Catholic. You remember Walton, we always talked about this. Poor Walton.
Right.
They had to beat West Florida Tech and they had to beat Catholic.
Yep.
And they did last year, by the way, in the regular season.
Right.
So who does Bay have tonight?
They hit the road, if you will. They're in-house in Panama City. They go over to Arnold and open up the season against Arnold. And just to correct myself, there's actually 6 teams in Panama City because you got Bozeman.
That's right.
Yep.
Pensacola. Are they going to win a game this year? Did they win? Was that them that didn't win a game last year or barely won? Maybe one game?
They were.
Or
I think they might have went.
Are they the ones that scored like 15 points?
Yeah, they didn't score much more than 2 touchdowns total all year.
14 points, not 15. I give them an extra point.
14 points last year for Pensacola. They scored a touchdown against Pensacola Catholic. If I'm a betting man, that was a late. It was a running clock.
Yeah, Catholic
so that
probably
was a late.
Put everybody out.
Had everybody in the Water Boys in there, and then Escambia. They scored last game of the year. They scored 7 points against Escambia.
So who do they have? Pensacola.
They Pine Forest.
Yeah,
Pine Forest.
Well, let's hope Pensacola's turned it around a little bit.
Yeah, they actually lost to Pine Forest 53-0 last year. So not a good omen to the start of the year.
Well, West Florida Tech goes up to 3A. They were 2A last year. Who do they open up with? Another Pensacola team.
They're hosting them, and it's actually not too far between the schools. They're going to be hosting Escambia.
Oh,
and
a lot of great games tonight.
And
a lot of great games.
Escambia the last 2 or 3 years has really been a good team, got into the playoffs, had some real good talent. But there's something about those Pensacola schools. Pensacola High, 8-10 years ago, was the team that was them and Pine Forest. They were the cat's meow.
Yep.
And it just flips. And Escambia went from being one of the bottom dwellers over there to now they've been, for the last few years, they've been one of the top dogs in not only Pensacola, but the area really. It just always kind of makes you wonder, is that trend going to continue? Or are we going to see it start to flip to maybe a West Florida getting ready to make their run as one of the top dogs in Pensacola?
Class 4A Region 1 District 1 is all Pensacola teams. Escambia, Pine Forest, Washington. We just mentioned them. Escambia, you said, is playing, what's the face?
West Florida.
West Florida. Pine Forest, we said, was playing.
Pine Forest is playing Pensacola.
Okay.
Yep.
So who does Washington have tonight? Escambia, Pine Forest, and Washington. Just 3 teams in that region.
Yeah.
District 1.
Yeah, they open up against Williamson out of Mobile, Alabama. At Williamson. And Williamson, another one of those teams, you hear them on Channel 5, on Channel 10 and 15 being mentioned a lot. Williamson's always got a fairly good school football program. So going to be a tough start for the Wildcats.
So this is one of the only classifications, maybe a couple, that has a region and a district close by, so they don't have to travel as far. Class 4A Region 1 District 2 is Arnold, Choctaw, Fort Walton, and Rickards. And we was just talking about this during the break. Arnold is now a 4A. When we started doing this, they were a 2A or 1A.
Yeah,
2A. They were 2A.
2A.
So Arnold, I think we already said, who do they play?
Arnold opens up at home against Bay.
That's right. Choctaw. We have them in 3 weeks at Choctaw. We got to climb the flight of stairs if we want to use the internet. Who do they have tonight?
They're going on the road. Big opening test for Choctaw. They're going and playing Gulf Shores. One thing you'll know about it, they'll be playing on a fine field. This is, I don't think it's pro turf, but it's a newer stadium. And, I mean, it looks like
synthetic turf.
But it's real grass. I mean, it's kind of like Mosley and Bay, those schools how the city takes care of. I think the city of Gulf Shores takes care of these fields. But going to be a good opening test. And then
who's some of the, let's run down Choctaw's schedule real quick.
I was thinking, say, Gulf Shores, and then they turn around, travel to the Sand Pit down in Navarre. Take on Navarre. Then on week 3, they host Crestview.
Yep.
Week 4, they travel to Pensacola, take on Pine Forest. Week 5, they take on Niceville at home.
Good Lord.
Then the week of the 27th of September at home, they host Arnold. Week of October 4th, district game. Then the week of October 4th, they host South Walton. And then Rickards at Rickards for a district game.
Mm-hmm.
And then this is back to a district matchup. It hasn't been this way, I don't think, for a few years.
For long?
Or they got back in the same classification. But there were a few years where they but they got back together.
Fort Walton was with us for a while, but now they're together.
Yeah. So the
is it their last game or second
next to last?
Oh,
at Choctaw, and then they finish off the season going up to Enterprise.
My goodness.
Let me tell you something. If you want to see a wish list of what a high school football program wish they had in our area, Google Enterprise football practice facility. They have an indoor practice facility.
Really?
And they just got a new stadium, pro turf, everything.
Well, I can tell you where that ain't going to happen. That's Oak Coast County, because they're not going to spend no money on jack when it comes to sports. They just don't do it.
Does that correlate into a good football program?
Absolutely.
It can't hurt it.
Absolutely. Let's move to Class 5, Region 1, District 1, and Niceville magically has dropped down to Class 5. And this is one of the greatest recruiting years that they've ever had. They are promoting that on Facebook. A lot of their Facebook pages down there in Niceville said this is their greatest recruiting class of all times. I guess they could say that now with the NIL. I don't know. But they have Gulf Breeze, Milton, Mosley, and Niceville. Now, Mosley's not a slouch. Just looking at their schedule last year, I know the Mosley game, they lost by 1, right?
Yep, 29-28.
They beat the dog mess out of Milton.
Yep.
They didn't play Gulf Breeze.
No, and Gulf Breeze, this is going to be a difficult region or district for Gulf Breeze.
Absolutely.
Gulf Breeze last year, just pulling up their schedule very quickly here,
While you're doing that, Niceville was 9-3 last year, right?
Yep.
They made the playoffs.
They were 8-2 in the regular season.
Niceville.
Yeah, 8-2 in regular season. Lost to Lincoln and
That's
lost
right.
to Mosley, and then lost to Barnum Trail
That's
in the playoffs. Gulf Breeze, coming in.
Who they got tonight?
Gulf Breeze is playing South Walton.
Okay.
So that should be a good matchup.
Should be a good matchup.
Yeah.
Should be a win.
Yeah, Gulf
Is
Breeze.
it at Gulf Breeze?
It is at South Walton, actually.
Okay, on the road.
Gulf Breeze coming in, 3-7 last year. I think they had a new coach last year and really kind of rebuilding the program. A few years before that, the Bulldogs had Gulf Breeze and they would give us fits.
Fits.
Yeah. So it's going to be interesting to see how Gulf Breeze turns it around this year.
So Mosley, have we hit them yet? Who are they playing, or have they?
Yeah, they're playing Rutherford.
That's right.
And
that should be an easy win.
Easy game.
And then let's go to Niceville, the Golden Child University. Who do they have? And let's go over their schedule.
Yep. So they host South Sumter out of Bushnell, Florida, out of Central South Florida. Then they host Escambia. Then they host Pine Forest. Then the week of the 13th, they come up here to the Jack and play Crestview at Crestview. Then they go to Choctaw. Then they host Gulf Breeze. Then they go to Mosley. Then they host Lincoln, go to Milton, and go to Navarre. So not a, you look there and you've got some teams that's.
What's their laydowns? They got Milton, you said? They play Milton?
I just.
They got Gulf Breeze.
They got Gulf Breeze
and Milton.
That's about it.
That's it.
From what unless some teams are just rebuilding this year, just going off of last year, possibly Milton and Gulf Breeze, but as much as they could have been a laydown based on what they did last year, those two teams might be
a little better.
Yeah. So it's a tough schedule for Niceville.
All right, let's move to 6A, which is, of course, the Dogs, Navarre, Pace, and Tate. We've already talked about it. By the way, listen to this. Our next, whoever makes it out of District 1, District 2 is First Coast, Fletcher, Meridian, and Oak Leaf. Look at how far away District 2 is. Jacksonville, all Jacksonville. Neptune Beach, Orange Park. All right, so let's look at Navarre. And let's run down the list of who they have. Who do they have tonight? I think we already mentioned it.
Catholic.
Yep. Who else do they have?
So they got Catholic, then they host Choctaw, go to Mosley, host Milton for homecoming, go to Tate, go to Escambia, host Crestview on October 11th, and then go to Gulf Breeze. They host Pace. That will, very good chance that could be for the district championship.
Right.
That late season of a game.
That's right. Well, Bulldogs have got a late game. That same week we've got Tate.
We're trying to put heads around the new district alignment.
Yeah. When Navarre plays Pace, we're playing Tate that night. Okay.
Yeah.
So that could, and that'll be the last because our last game is Fort Walton. Yep. So I don't know, who does Navarre have their last game?
Niceville. That's kind
so
of
the week before. That's right. The week before, most of all your district games are settled by then, and we'll see who the district champs are.
Yeah.
And they wrap it up with Niceville. That's been an ongoing thing for a while, hasn't it?
It seems for the last several years, Navarre and Niceville just decide to play that last game, and it's really, if you're into the playoffs, which those two teams normally are, we always think, well, this is just going to be kind of a breather game, get your starters in and out. But these two teams, there's usually some bragging rights for one of the best, if not the best team in our area, and they go at it like a playoff.
Yeah. All right, Pace in our district also, Class 6A Region 1 District 1. Pace, who do they have?
Mary Montgomery. And they're hosting Mary Montgomery.
Run down their list. Run down the list real quick.
So Mary Montgomery,
Pace.
second week they go to Catholic.
Okay.
Host Gulf Breeze.
Pretty good, easy game there.
Fourth week of the season, make the drive up to Andalusia, Alabama, to take on the Bulldogs.
Get them a little bit of that.
Back to back, they play the Andalusia Bulldogs on September 20th.
Then the Bulldogs.
Then they travel to Crestview to take on the Bulldogs, the Crestview Bulldogs. Then they got Madison County coming into Pace.
Good Lord.
Then October 11th, they play Tate at Pace. That's a district game.
Yep.
Host Pine Forest. Then the week of the 25th, like we just said, they travel to Navarre. and then close out their season. This is how this game's supposed to be. Pace, Milton, rival game.
Did we say Fort Walton and Choctaw? They're not the last game, are they?
Next to last, because they're district game.
That's right. That's correct. But you love to see those rival games. That last game. The Wheel Wash Bowl.
No, that's Pensacola and Escambia.
Did they play the last? Is that the last game or no? I can't remember.
Can't remember back to that. But yeah, that's the Yeo Wash Bucket or Wash Barrel.
Tate, the other team that's in our district is Crestview, Navarre, Pace, and Tate. So who does Tate have? And let's go over their schedule real quick.
So Tate opens up the season at Fort Walton. Then the next week at Gulf Breeze. The third week at Pensacola.
So the first 3 games
on the road. That could very easily set the tone for Gulf Breeze, or not for Gulf Breeze, for Tate. If Tate starts if they can start off 3-0, good things could possibly come their way. At least get some good momentum. But the only thing that they got going for them on those 3 away games is it's 3 teams that the last few years have struggled. Yeah.
When they come back to the house, who do they have?
So September 13th, they'll be hosting Milton, then turn around and go back on the road to West Florida. Then come back on the 26th of September and host Navarre. October 11th, they go to Pace for a district game. October 18th, they host Booker T. Washington. The 25th, you got the Bulldogs coming in for a big district game.
Yep.
Could be district implications, playoff implications there. And then finish off the season on November 1st against Escambia, and they'll be hosting that game.
Well, I guess it's time to talk about the old Bulldogs. Looking at their schedule is probably the toughest schedule I've seen in a very, very long time. Talking to Coach, if you heard the conversation, he wants to build a foundation. He wants to build a championship state caliber team. And the only way to do that in his mind is to play great teams. Milton, we have them tonight. The Panthers are in. Now, last week they played Choctaw it wasn't a scripted game like the Bulldogs played, but it was more like a kickoff classic where you keep the score. Choctaw beat them, I believe, 32-35 to zip. Now, my understanding is that a couple of the key players did not play. We think the quarterback is injured, the starting quarterback, so we may be seeing the backup quarterback. We'll find out here in just a few minutes. But it's going to be a big game, and I don't want to say that, and even Coach said, we need to win this game to set the stage for the rest of the year because of how many tough games we have back to back. But this is a huge game for the Bulldogs tonight and would like to pull off a big win. But this is a tough situation for the Dogs. We've got to get off on a winning track right here, especially with our schedule. Next week we have Walton. That's not a puff cake. Our puff cake don't come until the end of the year, and I don't even know how that's going to look, with Fort Walton.
Yeah,
But go over our schedule real quick, and just look at it. I mean, you look at the first 3 games: Milton, Walton, Choctaw. Yeah. Choctaw's on the road.
So, looking at the game tonight against Milton, if you look back to a year ago, Crestview won 49-22. Yep. So a pretty impressive win there. Fast forward a year. How's that going to relate? I don't think there's that big of a change from last year to this year to maybe offset 27 points. So if the Bulldogs come out and perform what little bit I was able to watch of the scrimmage last week, they looked good against Catholic.
We really did. We scored. We sort of kept up with it the best we could, and we scored 4 more points, giving the Bulldogs a field goal at the 15-yard line that we did not kick. We just give them the ball.
Gotcha.
But we should have and could have probably kicked a field goal there. If we take them 3 points away, we still scored as many points as Catholic. But, it's just really hard to keep up with that situation.
So, we open up with Milton tonight. Next week, here at home, host the Walton Braves. They are a 2A school.
We played them in spring. It got dirty, by the way.
Yeah, that's
fights,
what I
some
heard.
spitting and
That's what I
stuff
heard.
going on.
You know, you're a team that's off of a state semifinal run.
That's right.
So you know, definitely going to be even though they're playing down in classification, going to be a good game. Choctaw,
Tough at Choctaw.
It's always a tough game. Always a tough game.
And they're loaded this year. They got a great team.
Then we turn around, even though it's at home, the boys from Boggytown come
And
up.
they have the greatest recruiting class of all times, we think. Got a couple kids from Fort Walton, got a kid from Choctaw, got a kid from the Bar, got a kid from Gulf Breeze, got a kid from over in the Tallahassee area.
Here's the thing. The last few years, the preseason hype has been quiet on Niceville. And Niceville still has put together teams that have made
the playoffs.
Playoffs and 2 or 3 rounds deep. This year, as little as I read the local newspaper, just by the few people that I'm friends with in shape, form, or fashion on Facebook, you can see the hype is back this year in Niceville.
It is.
I think they know that they got a crew this year that if everything falls into place, just even barely falls in, they got a chance to make a extremely deep run.
Yeah, at least around the corner. Now, you know, we don't know, you know, and we've talked about this a lot, the talent when you get down to the Lakeland area and that, it's just not even, it's night and day.
And one thing we didn't even talk about tonight is this NIL mess, I'm going to call it, because it's mess. It's another word for mess I'm not going to use.
Right.
But the NIL, I do not see this NIL stuff at high school for Florida affecting our area up here in the Panhandle that much. Maybe Niceville to an extent.
When you raised $1.4 million last year, now that's for all sports.
Right.
Crestview raised $400,000 for all sports.
Right.
That's $1 million difference. Right. Now, my understanding, Dusty, is let's just say the Holloway agency wanted to do some TV advertisement. They would reach out to the starting quarterback of their choice and pay them, and that's how they make their money. Could a team say, hey, we want you to come over here, we've got you some advertisement lined up? Absolutely.
And see, and I don't know the answer to this. If a team, if your high school is a school that is, say like Crestview, that is maxed out, busting at the seams,
and we're on an island, nobody wants to come up here
where we can't take waivers.
That's right.
Okay. Say if it was Niceville in that same boat where they were, you know, and
there was 2 short weeks where somehow miraculously they had their enrollment. They just had open enrollment and they shut it down. Then they opened it up again. Then they shut it down.
Let's take Niceville out of the equation.
All right.
If you have and here's the question I don't know the answer to, and I'm sure we can find out. If you have a team that is in a school that is maxed out at capacity as far as numbers, their waiver system is shut down.
Parents got to move there. That's the only way.
Right. So the NIL, you're not going to be able to bring anybody in with NIL offers
unless they move.
Right. And that's the thing.
I don't know who's going to move in. This is not like the Georgia high school guy that come from California. Right. They paid him $1 million.
Right. But we're talking. This is very early on.
That's right. That's right.
And we're talking the Panhandle of Florida. Now, where that could become more of an issue is once you get down 75 corridor down to the 4 corridor farther south. My opinion with NIL, it is going to take away
community
80 to 90% chances of any of the, say, 4A schools and larger up here in the north end of the state.
We'll never now be.
You will never, 80 to 90% chance you'll never compete for a state title.
You cannot.
Once it gets going, once the NIL takes hold in the Miami area, the Tampa area.
Just think about this. In 2019, when we went and played Armwood, and they had 16 D1
on that team.
And that's the Alabama type players, not Troy.
Right.
16.
Yeah. And that's before NIL.
That's before NIL. So Lord knows what's going to happen down there. You know, you're going to run into a chainsaw real quick in a hurry.
That's going to be where you see this take its biggest hold. Is going to be in your bigger area.
But I will say this. Let me just say this about NIL. My fear is Crestview or Baker. Let's use those 2 teams up here. Or let's say a Milton or a Pace. Let's say they've got one great player. What's going to stop a team, and I won't mention names, but what's going to stop a team that's got $2 or $3 million in their program or has connections for a business to say, hey, look, you move here, we're going to let you make enough money
to pay for your housing or whatever. Don't know how that's going to work, right? We don't know. But if you've got a Georgia Buford team that's going to pay the number one quarterback from California or in the nation $1 million to come move their family over, is that what Florida eventually will get to? Will they? I mean, we just don't know.
I think the south part of the state could very easily.
Absolutely,
look like that.
I don't think there's enough money in the Northwest
No.
Florida area to do that now. You know, not at that extent.
Can I tell you the area where you could possibly see it in the Panhandle? You ready to hold on to your seatbelt? I mean, you think about whenever you think about the Panhandle and where you would typically think, whenever you think, okay, where's the money at? When you look at the houses, the lifestyle.
Freeport.
South Walton.
Freeport.
30A, Santa Rosa Beach,
That's
Alley's Beach, and
That's
Seascape,
right.
and all, or Seaside,
Yep.
that area. That's all South Walton.
That's right. That's right.
That could be the area. That could be the
where
team
those
5 or
kids-
10 years from
and
now.
Destin High School. Who says say Destin? I'm not
Destin.
saying that. You know, it's
You
just-
start selling that beach lifestyle to
That's
some of
right.
these families of, hey,
That's right.
we can get you, whether it be a house. Hey, it might be your NIL deal. You come here, we're going to give y'all 3 months a year at your leisure to use a beach house down on 30.
So let me just say this. We don't know at this beginning stages
Right.
of NIL in Florida what those rules, how that's going
Right.
to affect
Yep.
the kids moving. Of course,
School population is going to dictate a lot of that.
that's right. Before this year, there was 30-something states that had been doing NIL in high school.
Mhm.
You know, we come to the about 3 years since everybody started doing it. So we'll see how it affects. And looking at Crestview's schedule overall, Dusty, I look at starting out, 2 games here. We've got a tough game tonight with Milton, Walton. Then we go on the road to Choctaw. Then we have Niceville back home.
Yep.
Okay. And then we have an open date before we play our first district matchup with Pace.
Pace
Right.
at home, Pine Forest at home.
That's the last home game. Now, that's a great team right there, and that's homecoming.
Yeah.
Pace, a great team. Pine Forest, and then the last 4 games are on the road. How much is that going to take out of your team traveling? And it's not an easy schedule.
No.
And I say Fort Walton is the last game. I don't want to throw them under the bus, but Fort Walton could have a little bit better. But now they lost their 2 great players to Niceville. So what's the last 4 games?
Yeah, we go to Navarre.
Tough game.
We go to Escambia.
Tough game.
We go
Tough game. Hide your children, hide your wife, like the guy said. And who else? We finish up with a district game, Tate, and then Fort Walton.
And then Fort Walton. And Tate's has turned it around.
Tate has turned it around. So if you say any laydown whatsoever, and not to say this about Fort Walton, but saying that they've lost their 2 greatest players.
I hate to use the term lay down, but the ones that you would say 70% chance or
Right.
better, we're
Let's
going
do
to win.
1.
Possibly 2, and they're bookends.
They're bookends. Milton tonight. That's
and-
right. We'll
and
see here in
Fort
just a minute how good they are. Crestview's got to
But
come
that
out. Let's
middle 8 games, you better strap it on.
strap it on, baby. Now, tonight, I look for Zy Tyson to have a humongous game. The way he played against Catholic was, and this goes back to me now, he played on the 9th grade basketball team is when I first saw him.
Mhm.
He was out there, and he looked like a man playing against little league kids.
Right.
It was unbelievable. And I think his strength and his size, as it gets bigger, he's going to put on a show. You remember the kid a few years ago that went to Florida, and he come over here galloping around,
Yeah.
and Caldwell or
Purefoy.
something? Well, okay, but even after him, he broke his ankle in the 4th quarter, and we beat him.
Oh, from Escambia.
Yes.
Yeah.
He went on
yeah.
a bid receiver
Yep.
at, he played 5 years at Florida.
Yep.
And I want to say it starts with a C. But
It was.
anyways, he's going to be that kind of player. I really believe. If he will, these kids have got to focus on their studies. Number 1, no matter who you are in life, that's the key.
Oh, without a
especially
doubt.
if you're a sports guy, right?
Mhm.
So if he can do that, I think we're going to see great things from this 10th grader in the next 3 years. It's going to be amazing if we can keep him here. Now, the quarterback last week, I saw him roll out and throw bullets running to the left and right, and he's a righty. When you throw bullets running to the left. That's hard. You got to turn your body. And he did that. The Comets kid had a few great catches in that game last week. If the Bulldogs can get out hot early tonight, we should beat Milton. And if you base it off of last year, like you said, it shouldn't be too big of a difference. But, winning by 27 points or whatever it was, if we can duplicate that, if Rogers has another great game like he did last year, over 300 yards, and Zy Tyson now steps up, and the quarterback should not be a problem. And it'll give us momentum.
Right. And, for any team, early season, as your offense finds their rhythm, finds their stride, finds their, people get more comfortable in their positions, because that's where your skilled, I don't want to say skilled players, but where your quarterbacks, your receivers, learning their route schemes and their timing patterns and everything. Takes a week or two, maybe three, to kind of get that ironed out. Where you really lean real heavy on the first 2 or 3 weeks is on the defense. And I think that's one of the things Crestview's got going for them is they've got a pretty good defense.
Great second team. The skilled players are fast.
Yep.
And I think that's going to make a big difference, hopefully, on the defensive side. I think our weakest link, and just, nothing against any of these special teams, right, or anything like that.
Yep.
But the offensive line, we've got to shore up some things, right? I think that's where, if we had a weak link, it may be the offensive line. So
Right.
I look for McQueen to get rid of the ball fast.
Yep.
I look for these lot
slants,
of little slants and the bubble screens, the screens.
Yep.
Getting it out really, really fast.
Yep.
And hitting your guys.
A lot of high percentage passing.
So it's another year, Dusty. Another year is gone.
And what scares me is thinking, whenever we started this, I was in my late 20s. You were in your mid-30s.
30, yeah.
And let's talk about where we're at now. Well,
Yeah.
let's not talk about it.
No, let's don't. And we've talked all hour about this, and we have sort of not brought it up. But we've lost Tommy.
Yeah.
And we lost Mr. Whitaker, last week.
Big loss to the
2 years.
Wow.
That's a great year.
Big loss, and I think it'd be only fitting that, at least for the countdown to kick off, because I know coming into the station to do this show the last couple of years,
Yeah.
I'd always see Mr. Jimmy sitting in his chair, and the chair's still there.
Still there.
And it was always,
hey,
Dusty.
Yeah.
Timothy, he's over there in the sound room, and it felt different not coming in today late in the afternoon.
Key Brothers, by the way.
The Key should be here in Braves baseball. We got to get Braves baseball playing in here if they're playing on whatever night we record this. But it's definitely going to be different this year. And I know me personally, I'm going to dedicate what I do this year to Mr. Jimmy.
That's good. All right, coming up next, don't touch the dial. We've got kickoff against the Milton Panthers here on WAC 104.7.
Live at Jack Foster Stadium, we're taking on the Milton Panthers. Glad you could tune in if you're on WAZ 104.7. The blowtorch, you're probably either from Marietta to Pensacola, up around the South Alabama area. We're about to get started. It looks like the captains are coming out. We had a little pregame. Corey, the band sounded great. Got a pretty good crowd here for our first home game. Milton brought some folks over. But how about the weather? It's not 95 degrees.
Woke up and felt like it was fall, almost football weather. It is football weather. Very surprising, being what should be the dog days. So we'll take it while we can get it. But looks like we got the captains up. You want me to call them out?
You grab the captains on the home side. I'll see if I can get the far side.
Wonderful. From left to right for the dogs is 12. Colmet's 11 is Rover. 5 is Phillips. And I'm waiting for the fourth captain to show me his number. I think that's 9, Green.
Is Scott there? He absolutely does not have his headset. So why is he down there?
Well, Tim, that's a good question.
It's a good question. I don't even know why.
I don't see the Milton captains yet. Oh, no, I do over there.
You got any numbers?
Well, that's There's two of them. It looks like number 0.
I think he's got his headsets on now. We've been trying to call Scott's name for a while now. Are you there, Scott?
I got to do my PR work.
Oh, well, what's the field? The field looks pretty good from down here, from up here.
It's not bad at all. A little fertilizer, I think, would go a long way.
Right.
About that.
All right, can you give us some numbers on the Milton side for the captains, if you can see that far? Get some names for us.
0 is one of them.
That's Jalen Kirtley. They'll be coming out in just a minute. How about starting out with a team at halftime last year, Corey? It was 14-7. We were down by 7, and we came out the third quarter, fourth quarter, and put up crisp 42.
Yeah, I remember that game. I remember us really in the second half establishing the line of scrimmage and being able to run the football very effectively, mainly with Rogers, who is our starting back tonight. A lot of players back this year for the Dogs. So, hope to see hopefully 2 halves put together for them tonight. And we're not going to say it's a must-win, but it's a must-win, Tim, I think, with the schedule.
And Coach said that, too. With the schedule, it really is. And I've got – so Duck, who helped me call for, I don't know, almost 20 years, is doing the countdown to kickoff. He is across the little pond over there fixing to watch the FSU game tomorrow, and he is monitoring us. And he wants to know how many years is it going to take for you to be ready when we call your name. It's going to take a while.
Year. Number 2's the other one for Milton.
All
Number 2, that's Bryson Brown.
Just 2 captains. Milton comes in white tops, black shirt, black pants, and black helmet. Bulldogs all red tonight. And we're going to try to get zipped in here on try to get
them back in.
The toss.
Okay. You all understand that responsibility and agree to it. All right, outstanding. Okay. We're going to be using this coin for tonight. Milton's visitor will be calling heads or tails here in a second. This is heads, tails. Yes, Clipper, Mr. Adam here tonight in a second. What's tails nice and loud so Mr. Chip can hear it. What is heads is
it's
the call.
breaking up just a little bit.
It's called heads. It is tails.
Who got tails?
Crestview.
Crestview's going to.
We're deferring.
Defer. All right. Crestview won the toss, so we will defer. Bulldogs will be kicking off. We've got the pep line. So, again, if you was not with us last week, we are now coming out of the west end zone. First time that I can remember since 1999. I'm just going to be honest with you.
Yeah, like I said last week, I've been coming to football games since I was a little kid.
Yep.
It's good to change, and I mentioned last week I've taken over a few baseball programs, and every program I've ever taken over, we've always swapped whatever the previous year. So, just change
something different.
Yeah.
Bulldogs tonight, for us to be successful, I think the quarterback's got to have a little time. If he can make some passes like he did last week, I think we'll be successful in that area. Here comes the Milton Panthers. Now, your dad was telling me last week the starting quarterback for Milton was hurt. Will he be on the field tonight? We'll find out momentarily. Number 17, the backup quarterback, they think, is going to play. So we have not kicked off yet.
Well,
17's
warming up, so looks like that 17's the backup, Tim?
Yes.
So, yeah, looks like maybe the backup will at least start the football game. Here comes the Dogs running on the field for maybe the first time in history from that side of the field. Maybe a good sign to things to come, hopefully. And I think tonight, skill-wise, Crestview can match up with anybody in the area. I think, like you've touched on, up front on both sides of the ball, and really it comes down to any football game. Can you run it and can you stop the run? And I think if Crestview can do those two things, we got a good chance of getting off on the right foot.
I think you're right. Bulldogs will be kicking it off, and it's been a long time. Now, I think, was it last year or year before where we did hit the end zone a few times on kickoff?
Yeah, and we got a new kicking coach this year, Tim.
Really?
Yeah, Coach Sweat has transitioned over to our kicking coach. So
okay.
we are expecting big things out of that department.
Milton Panthers will be moving left to right on your radio dial. They'll be receiving on the west end. And the Bulldogs will be kicking off from the, they'll be on the east end. Milton will be moving left to right from the high school side.
What about an onside kick to start things off?
That would be nice. Field looks good.
They only got 4 guys up there.
A little red inside the numbers, and if you're looking on YouTube, it does look sharp.
I mean, we got numbers on both sides. Am I looking at that wrong?
You're looking at it right. The machine did a great job of getting that paint down.
I mean, I can't see us doing it right here, but maybe if we needed to. 5-on-2 on both sides.
Absolutely.
Anyway.
Good.
Kick it out of the end zone. Is it me?
It's you.
Okay,
I'm
sorry.
Second 4.
We got toe on leather fixing to happen here at Jack Foster Stadium, and we are going to pooch kick this to the near side, and that ball is going to go out of bounds, and we'll wait to see if Milton decides to take the football or make us re-kick it.
I would make us re-kick. That's just me personally, because
they're getting the offense ready.
I know, but how many times can you do that if you force them to re-kick again? That happened to us one game last year.
It did. I can't remember the game, but yes.
And,
they made it, I think twice they made us.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a situation where all of a sudden now they're receiving the ball, a pooch kick or even whatever, midfield almost. So.
Yeah. Well, Crestview will start out on defense, and a very impressive-looking wide receiver out here on the near side, 6'2", 270, David Aboya, is in man coverage down here on the near side. The Milton Panthers come out 3 receiver set, and they're going to put a man in motion to the far side. They're going to fake the jet, hand the ball off to the inside, and he is met at the line of scrimmage. That's number 5.
Number 6.
Or no, excuse me, number 6, Zy Morris. Senior on the first tackle for loss of 1 on the play, second down and 11 coming up for Milton from their own 34-yard line. So good start up front for the Dogs. Number 17 is in the game for the Panthers at quarterback. That's Aiden Brown, the junior quarterback, and he's got one man behind him, and he's going to fake it to him, play action pass, looking for somebody, got pressure, scrambles out to the near side, has the completion out there around the 40, and he's going to get tackled just short of a first down out to the 39-yard line. Going to bring up 3rd down and 1 for Crestview, or Milton, excuse me.
All right, so I had a phone call from the station. They said that the sound's bouncing in and out. Hopefully it's not doing that all night long. Our first game, we thought we had some kinks worked out. We'll try to get all the kinks worked out as Milton comes to the line.
Milton, 3rd down and 1 from their own 39-yard line, going under center. Don't see that a lot in high school or college football. They're going to sneak it, and they're going to have a first down out across the 45-yard line up to the Milton 46, 1st down and 10 for the Panthers.
2-3 plays, first down, and the bottom line is, can you move the chains? And Milton starts right out moving the chains. A good play on the first possession for the Bulldogs, but now Milton sniffing mid-territory.
2 receiver set, pistol formation for the Panthers. They're going to try to run off tackle to the far side, and they have a crease. Going to gain about 7 yards on the play. 2nd down and 3 right across midfield up to the Crestview 46-yard line. 2nd down and 2, carry of 8 on the play. That was number 24 for the Panthers, Kyle Paul on the carry.
Bulldogs got to tighten up here. 2nd and short as Milton's moving left to right on your radio dial. Just underway if you're just tuning in. Bulldogs taking on the Milton Panthers, their first game. 9 minutes left here in the first quarter as Milton has the ball, 2nd and short.
Quarterback getting guys set. puts his back in motion. He's going to hand it to him off the middle. That time met at the line of scrimmage, gain of nothing on the play. Going to bring up 3rd down and 2. And so far, other than the last run, Crestview's really held their own up front.
Yes, they have.
Even on the completed pass, they had the quarterback scrambling outside the pocket. 2-down territory for the Panthers here, inside Bulldog territory, you would imagine. 3rd down and 2. 2 receivers set, 1 man in the backfield behind his quarterback. They're going to hand it to him, and they're going back off tackle far side, and they got a little crease out there again, so they've found a little something out there down inside the Bulldog 35. Good enough for a 1st down to the Bulldog 33-yard line.
It's like another 10-plus yard gain for the Milton Panthers. And nobody has scored yet. I'll go ahead and take a few more numbers. I haven't had a chance to get that out there this game. 850-682-1177. How many points do you think your team's going to win by? And this year we decided whoever's the closest, so we can give out a winner every game.
Milton going with a bunch formation. 1 man in the backfield beside his quarterback. Puts a man in motion. They're going to run the jet to the near side. Crestview's in pursuit and do a pretty good job after a gain of about 2.
Yeah.
We'll give him 3. 2nd down and 7 up to the Crestview 30-yard line.
Bulldogs just trying to get their feet wet here. First time that they really, now Catholic came in last week. It was sort of scripted, and it's hard to get in rhythm.
Terrible to watch, to be honest.
Hard to watch.
As a consumer or a fan.
Or even trying to call it.
So especially trying to call it. We're going to get a whistle here before the snap, and we'll wait to see what's going on. Waiting for a signal. Look, maybe an equipment issue. They're running off a Milton Panther. They might have had some kind of equipment situation.
All of your yardage has been on the ground so far for the Panthers.
4 receivers set, 2 to each side. And we're going to have a little early movement by the Panthers. So back them up 5 yards. Going to make a 2nd and 7 to a 2nd and 12.
Yeah.
Backs the ball up to the Crestview 35-yard line. 7:45 left here in the first quarter. Milton on the opening possession of 2024. Bulldog defense looking to stiffen. 1 safety back for the Dogs. That's number 0, Tassin. 3 receivers set to the top. Quarterback's back to pass, looking over the middle and overshoots his intended target. But we're going to get a roughing the passer, it looks like, in the backfield on the Dogs. So that's going to be a free 1st down for the Panthers. It would have been 3rd down and 12 unless they pick this up, which it doesn't look like they're going to.
Is that an automatic first? Is that 15 or 10?
It's not an automatic first, but it's 15 yards, and so it's 12 yards, so 15 yards is going to make it a 1st down.
So it will be a 1st down.
Yeah.
So
and go ahead.
That's okay. It'll place the ball down somewhere around the 20-yard line. Let's see where they mark it. Actually, it does look like straight on the 20, don't it?
Yeah, 1st down and 10 from the 20. Big penalty there. That would have been 3rd down and 12 for the Panthers if not for the roughing the passer. Keeps the Milton drive alive. We'll call it inside Bulldog red zone. 7:20 left. 2 receivers set. Milton going to hand this ball off to the near side. He's got the corner. Nice tackle out there in space after a gain of 5 down to the 15. 2nd down and 5 coming up for the Panthers.
Bulldogs have got to find a way. If the Panthers don't have, this is the backup quarterback, don't know how well he can read his defense, and if they're going to pass the ball a lot. So I think somehow we've got to figure out a way to stop around the side the speedy back. I think it's Barnes, number 9. Got a little speed on him.
Barnes, number 9. They're also running a sniffer, very similar to Crestview. 6'4", 195 pounds, and he's kind of lead blocking for him. He sidesteps a man, Barnes does, short of the 1st down after getting about 2. Going to bring up 3rd down and, well, they give him 1. 3rd down and 3 coming up for the Panthers.
Big play right here for the Bulldogs. Need a big stop.
I'd load the box here. I don't think they got a throwing game.
And we'll see. We're keeping that free safety back over the middle of the field around just for the time being. They try to get Crestview to jump early. Almost do, but no dice. Now changing the play at the line of scrimmage are the Panthers. 2 receiver set, 1 man in the backfield, and they're going to hand the ball off again to the outside. This time the Dogs are all over it. Tackled for a loss, back to the 15-yard line. Going to bring up 4th down and 5 for the Panthers. And decision time, do they have a field goal kicker or not, Tim?
I don't know, but let me ask you this. Is our 24-second clock not working, or I mean, whatever it is?
The one on the field, I don't know.
It's been 0-0 for a while, so I'm assuming that's not working.
We are going to go. The Panthers are going to go 4th down and long 5. A long field goal, honestly, in high school, it would have been about a 32-yarder or so, 31, 32-yarder. So regardless of how this play goes, a nice opening drive by the Panthers, and we're going to get a stoppage of play. And it looks like Coach Grant wants a timeout to talk about this 4th down. So with 5:09 left to go in the first, we're scoreless.
I've been around long enough to not be shocked by anything anymore. But this, well, this takes the cake. 38%. That's all. Only 38% of your electricity actually makes it to your home. Just think about how much is wasted. That's the shocking truth. It's appalling and really shocking. Find out more at okaloosagas.com/truth. It really is shocking.
My husband and I just closed on our new home. We found a builder, CJL Construction, through Teal and Waters. We shopped around 4 months until we found this particular home. It was exactly what we was looking for. The workmanship was unbelievable, and it was the neighborhood we wanted to be in. Colton Leyendecker and Teal and Waters made this a simple, stress-free purchase. We are pleased to recommend CJL Construction and Teal and Waters if you're in the market to buy a home. I highly recommend you go to their website for all their listings and information at crestvviewhomes.com.
4th down and a long 5 for the Panthers. 4 receivers back to pass as the quarterback has the receiver or the running back in the flat. Enough for a 1st down inside the 5-yard line. Going to bring up 1st down and goal. Nobody picked up the back out of the backfield.
Nope. Nice little pass and catch there. Just went to the safety valve. I guess it was sort of, and now there's a timeout for the referee. But what a big play for
water break, Tim.
Water break. We'll take a quick water break ourselves. We'll be right back. It is 1st and goal for the Milton Panthers. Don't touch the dial.
Hello, this is Dixie Dan Powell. Just like in the courtroom, you got to be bulldog tough. It takes teamwork to get to the goal line and to win the game. Go Bulldogs. Call us, Powell Injury Law, 850-306-2667. That's 850-306-2667.
Guys, listen up. Did you spend too long out on the boat this Saturday fishing? Have you been on the links a little too much? Do you need to get out of the doghouse? Let me tell you where you need to go. Joey the Jeweler. He's on Main Street right by Desi's. He's got tons of beautiful jewels to win your girl back over. And make sure to go like and share his Facebook page. He's always doing great giveaways, so you have a chance to win something free for your girl. So head on over to facebook.com/JoeyTheJeweler. Or you guys could just ask Siri what the phone number is.
Hey Siri, what is the phone number to Joey the Jeweler?
Joey the Jeweler's phone number is 850-682-1980.
Milton runs the ball up the middle for no gain on the play. Going to bring up 2nd down and goal from the dog. Looks like 2-yard line. Scott? 2.5-yard line.
They actually lost about a half on it.
Need a turnover in a bad way or a goal line stand for the Crestview defense. They have been on the field the entire first quarter, 4:20 and counting left to go in the first quarter. The Milton Panthers still on the move on their first possession under center, and they're going to try to run it off tackle, and it's going to be met at the line of scrimmage once again. Another nice stand there around the 2-yard line. Going to bring up 3rd down and goal for the Panthers. I would. I would think they would. I would look right here. They've had some success off tackle. I would even go back and try to sneak that back out of the backfield and just a little swing pass, back to pass. Or the Panthers tries the fake route up top, and that ball is going to be incomplete. But they're going to call, looks like interference on the Dogs. Maybe, I don't know.
I didn't see it. I don't see him touching it.
Not only was it over his head, like Scott said, I didn't see any contact. We had two guys on him. There was no reason to interfere with him. What was the call, Scott? I guess we're going to replay third down. And they're going to run the football, and they're going to try to push him into the end zone. And they did. That was very odd. I have no idea. We had a penalty with no anyway, touchdown Panthers on their opening possession. 3:22 left in the first, and they'll try to make it a 7-point game here shortly. Yep, it's going to make it 7-0. 2:50. Well, the clock should not be running on the extra point try. It's still running. So I don't know what the clock is doing, but 7-0 Panthers.
Listen up. We have a big event coming at the Crestview Community Center September the 8th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. And that is the Barber and Beauty Expo 2024. This is presented by Factory Cuts. This is one of the largest barber and beauty expo events in this part of the country. There will be barber competitions, exhibitions, there will be classes. For more information, call 850-306-6229. It's at the Crestview Community Center, September the 8th. That's a Sunday from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. It's the Crestview Barber and Beauty Expo 2024. You don't want to miss it. To get tickets or more information, go to the website, CrestviewExpoEventbrite.com.
And if you're just tuning in, the Milton Panthers come over here to play the Bulldogs for the first week here in 2024, and they score first with only 2:44. They chewed up about 10 minutes.
Just to be honest with you, Tim, we got our best player 20 yards from the ball. I don't think they can complete a pass. They completed one pass. It was a little swing pass.
Yeah, a little swing pass.
They need to sell out, stop the run, and they're going to be fine. They're going to make an adjustment here after that first drive, I think.
But, I think you're right.
I don't think there's no reason for us to have a safety, in my opinion.
Right. Go ahead and box it up. Force them to throw.
Yep, zero coverage. And,
that's right.
And you know, and if they can run it, when you do that, then they beat you.
They beat you. So now the Bulldogs will receive first time in 2024. We'll see what it looks like as McQueen's at helm.
Tassin and Rogers are set back, standing around their own 15-yard line to receive this, and they're going to squib it. Rogers is going to try to pick it up on a bounce. He does, and has a seam out across the 40, and he's going to get spun down right around the Bulldog 44-yard line. So good starting field position for the Dogs on their first possession of the year.
Absolutely. That's exactly what you need. Start right there at midfield. It really opens the playbook up for Coach Grant. I'm sure he's already got a few plays picked out. But now we'll see the offense for the first time this year for the Bulldogs. Moving right to left on your dial with only about 2:35 here in the first quarter. Milton chewed up 10 minutes almost on the clock and punched it in. 7-0 your score. Now the Bulldogs taking the field for the first time.
McQueen at quarterback, Rogers behind him at tailback. 3 receivers set for the Dogs, and they're going to hand this play action pass. McQueen's going to roll out to the far side looking for a receiver. Still looking, and he's going to evade a tackler, actually sidesteps one and gets about 4 yards. Second down and 6 coming up for the Dogs.
We just saw a great athletic move that we haven't seen in a long time. A lot of our quarterbacks have been a little slower with a good arm, but not have that we thought he was going to lose yardage running out of bounds, and he just did a little sidestep, pick up 4 yards, make it a positive gain. So give yourself 2nd and 6 now, or 2nd and 7 for the Bulldogs.
2nd down and 6 from the Dog 47-yard line. 2 receivers set, and we're going to have a stoppage of play here before the snap. Not sure what's going on.
What you got, Scott?
Bump outside.
Can't.
Somebody must have lined up outside.
Well, that wasn't a penalty, was
or
it?
Either that or sideline.
Sideline warning is what you're saying.
Oh.
No. There is a penalty.
Encroachment.
Oh, encroachment.
Scott,
Okay.
you were right the first time.
Good
man.
job, Scott.
Don't second guess yourself, man. That's going to move it across the 50 into Panther territory, down to the Panther 48-yard line. 2nd down and 1 for the Dogs. 2 receivers set. Oh, my goodness. And another stoppage of play. Surely they didn't do it again.
He got his mouthpiece in.
Oh, Lord. Mouthpiece issue.
So that Cobb runs out and puts Rogers back in, which is okay by me.
Yes. McQueen going to run a quarterback sweep to the near side, and he's going to get tackled. Oh, my goodness. He evades the tackle and is still on his feet, and he's finally going to get brought down back at the Bulldog 49-yard line. Going to bring up 3rd down and 4, but he did make about 3 Panthers miss in the process.
Yeah.
Not very well blocked there, Tim.
No, and that was one of the issues that we was worried about was the offensive line. Just trying. We've got a 9th grader, 2 or 3 sophomores. Not a lot of, and our senior. I think 1 or 2 of our seniors are hurt.
Well, we just need a little experience. Look, get their feet under them. They'll be all right.
Yeah.
4 receivers set, 3 to the top for the Dogs. McQueen with the ball. He's going to hand the ball off to Rogers up the middle. Rogers tries to bounce it outside, has a 1st down inside Panther territory, spins out of bounds at the Panther 40-yard line. Gain of 10 on the, or give him 11 on the play. 1st down and 10 for the Dogs.
Big play by Rogers. He was hit somebody touched him right there at the line of scrimmage, but he bounced off and picked up the 1st down. Bulldogs are still moving right to left on your dial, with about a minute left here in the 1st quarter. Moving fast.
Dogs are down 7, trying to even the score here early with the Panthers. 4 receivers set, 3 to the near side. Rogers stays behind his quarterback, McQueen, in the backfield. McQueen set to take the snap. He's going to go back to the well. Why not? Gives it to Rogers. Rogers dances his way for about 3 yards up the middle. 2nd down and 7 coming up for the Dogs.
Running off the right side. That's going to be Thomas and Grigsby making the way for Rogers that time.
Rogers checks out. Cobb comes in, gives him a little breather.
Little blow.
4 receivers set for the Dogs, 3 to the near side.
Look for a pass right.
Cobb and McQueen in the backfield for the Dogs. 15 seconds left to go on the clock in the 1st quarter. McQueen's still waiting for the snap. And he's going to play action pass, and he's going to have to scramble out of some pressure, and he does. Has the 1st down and more across the 35, or they're going to mark him out, at the 36-yard line. Good enough for a Bulldog 1st down, and another nice scramble there by McQueen.
Nice run, breaking just enough speed to get away from the pursuit, and they're moving the chains, like you said. What was that, about a 7 or 8 yard?
Going to be the end of the 1st quarter. The Panthers are on top 7-0, but the Dogs are driving.
We'll be right back. Don't touch the dial.
As most of you know by now, Main Street in Crestview is going through a revitalization project. Blocks 1 and 2 are complete, and we will be starting Block 3 very soon. At this time, you can drive and park up and down Main Street without detours. We invite everyone to come down Main Street and see the project that's complete, and while you're there, stop and shop at all the great businesses on Main Street in Crestview, Florida.
KC Electric has been the longest running sponsor of the Big Red Machine Show, and WAAZ and Crestview High School appreciates KC Electric for their support. KC Electric has served Okaloosa and Walton County since 1948. That's right,
1948. You've got to be doing something right to be able to say that. Casey Electric can handle all your AC, heating, and electrical needs. A Carrier dealer, Casey Electric services all brands of AC units. Give Casey Electric a call. 682-3037. That's 682-3037.
I want to share a quick story about Brackney Funeral Home. We recently lost our grandmother, and thanks to the kind, professional, and caring staff, it just felt like being with family. She had made all of her decisions in advance, so it was a very seamless process. So thank you, Brackney Funeral Home, for treating our family like yours. If you don't know where they're located, they're at 480 East James Lee Boulevard. That's Highway 90 right across from Twin Hills Park, and their phone number is 850-683-9898. We highly recommend Brackney Funeral Home.
McQueen hands it on the outside give, has the corner, and he has a first down and more. Trying to sprint to the end zone, dives for the pylon, and they're going to mark him out just short of the goal line. Wow. Down inside the 5, down to the 2-yard line. That was number 7, Robinson, on the carry.
Thought we had scored. Everybody got excited. We had a little confetti all over the place. I got my hopes up, but with just inches there, actually not inches. Where are they going to mark it at, Corey?
Down about the 2-yard line, and we have another stoppage of play.
A lot of stoppage.
Another guy running off. It must be a point of emphasis this year for, like Scott said, either a mouthpiece or something. That's about the 4th time I've seen it. Really a spot where I'd like to see Crestview get up on that ball and go fast and hand the ball off again and get this ball in the end zone.
Here we go.
Robinson stays in the game. McQueen going to take it. He's going to scramble out to the near side. He's looking for the corner. He's got it, and he's got a touchdown.
Got to be a flag.
McQueen takes the quarterback keeper into the end zone, and we're an extra point away from a tie ball game.
Looked like he had horse collared him a little bit, but maybe not. Scott, do you see a horse collar down there? No. Oh, it's breaking up just a hair. Yeah. Trying to make it 7 points. 7-6 right now.
Number 37, the junior kicker, Hardman, on for the Dogs. Number 33, Caden Cook, the holder, for the extra point to tie this game with 11:37 left to go in the first half. Snap's good, holds down, kicks up, and it's good. So with 11:37 left to go in the first half, we have a tie score at 7.
Hello, Bulldog fans. This is Greg Watson, the Bulldog basketball coach and realtor at Teal & Waters Real Estate. There are offers being made as we speak all over Crestview by new home builders. They are buying your interest rate down significantly and, yes, making your monthly house payments lower and lower. What we have here is aggressive home builder competition vying for your consideration, from new Southside homes by the well-known builders to our own CJL Construction throughout Crestview's North Side and in Freeport. CJL Construction is offering up to $10,000 for closing costs or interest rate buy-down. Call or text me at 256-682-6605 or go to my website, gregwatsonrealestate.com. I would like to show you some houses. Go Bulldogs.
CQ Roofing, your hometown roofer since 1999, is state licensed and insured. Chris Coyer, the owner, is born and raised in Crestview, North Okaloosa County, family owned and operated for 24 years of local service, specializing in shingles and metal roofs. Re-roof repair specialist. If you have any roofing needs, you can call them at 850-683-4169 or visit their website at cqroofing.com.
Hardman ready to kick this ball away for the Dogs after the Bulldog touchdown, and he pooches it over here to the near side. It's fair caught right at the 30-yard line for the Panthers. That's where they'll set up shop on their second possession.
Well, now, do you do what you're saying is make them throw, forget the safety. Now, as soon as you do that, do you get burned? I don't know. So let's see what they're going to do here. Does the Bulldogs
you can still have a safety, just walk him down, right?
Right.
There's no reason to have him as deep as he was, and it looks like he'll still start back there. So we'll see. And obviously you're trusting your guys up front to do their job too. So
first possession, they had some linebackers lining up in wrong spots. I think they made adjustments.
And it looks like Tassin is. He's only about 12 yards from the line of scrimmage now. So they have walked him up a little bit. Handoff up the middle, and he's met at the line of scrimmage. And that's what we need to see a little more of.
Yes.
Maybe a loss of a yard on the play. 2nd down and 11 coming up for the Panthers.
Good surge there by the defensive line to close up any holes there against the Panthers. Panthers moving right to left on your dial. It's 7-7 if you're just tuned in. 11 minutes left here in the second quarter. We will be hearing from the Big Red Machine at halftime.
Panthers come out, 3 receiver set, 2 to the top. 1 man behind his quarterback in the backfield. They do keep a sniffer, like a lead blocker back there as well. And they're going to play action pass, and they have an incompletion out here to the near side. 3rd down and 11 on the out route. Tried a little out route to the near side. Quarterback a little late or a little early.
Yeah.
On the pass, however you want to look at it.
1 for 4 passing tonight, and then again, it was that 12-yard pass that got him in,
Big 3rd down here. You want to get them off the field. The defense was on the field almost the entire first quarter. A nice, crisp 3 and out here to get the offense back on the field would be good. 3 receivers set for the Panthers. 1 man in the backfield beside his quarterback. They're going to drop back, roll the quarterback out to the far side, looking to throw under pressure, looking for the corner, and has a completion out to the 50. Nice throw and catch, honestly, on the run. We do have a penalty back here in the area of offensive holding.
Well,
that was very, very late.
We'll see what they're going to call it right here. It's either
quarterback was on the run trying to scramble out to the far side, so might have picked up an eligible man downfield.
Okay.
So we had a lineman
took a long time.
Yep. Long time to develop. So a big call on would have been a completion out to the 50-yard line and a 1st down for the Panthers. Instead, it's going to back them up, and it's going to be 3rd down and 16 from their own 25-yard line.
Y'all was talking earlier. For some reason, they're heavy on them this year about their knee pads.
Is it knee pads?
That's what
okay. Yep. They have points of emphasis every year, and that's must be
they were
the
getting
one this
to
year.
where they was wearing short shorts out there, some of them.
They watch on Saturday.
Yeah. 3rd down and 16 for the Panthers from their own 25-yard line. Need to get out across the 41-yard line for a 1st down, and they're back to pass under pressure. Tries to run the screen, has a completion, but nice. The Bulldogs did a nice job sniffing that out.
Lost 2.
It's going to lose 2 yards. Going to bring up 4th down and 18 yards and a punting situation for the Panthers.
That's exactly like you said. The Bulldogs needed to get off quickly there. The defense probably a little gas first game. Now, I will say, Scott, it don't feel like it's super hot down there.
No, for August, we cannot complain about the weather. It's very nice.
Yeah. Colemet's back deep for the Dogs. He's standing around his own 40-yard line. And it looks like a little rugby-style punt for the Panthers, and he's going to kick that thing over there on the far sideline. It's going to go out of bounds.
We got it.
Looks like around the Panther 40 maybe.
Another flag?
Yeah.
Another flag. Let's see what it is. Maybe it'll be assessed if it's in the Bulldogs' favor. Maybe they'll assess it
in the Bulldogs' favor
after the punt.
Yeah, well,
right.
Looks like he kind of shanked the punt over there, rugby style. So we'll see where they end up marking this off at.
Here's
punt
the call.
is a legal formation.
Okay.
On the Panthers, and they're going to mark this ball for the Dogs at the Panther 30. So,
what?
Yes.
I don't understand. How far did the punt go?
I'm telling you, he shanked it over there. It didn't go anywhere.
I think it made it to the 40.
I was trying to follow the defensive player on the camera. It's hard to do that.
So it turned out to be a 5-yard punt.
Woo.
Or about
a huge,
maybe a 10-yard punt for the Panthers.
Huge play of advance here for the Bulldogs.
So the Dogs take over at the Panther 30. They've got a man in motion out here, and they're going to run jet sweep with Ty Tassin, and he has the corner, and he's across the 20 down to about the 16-yard line. A gain of 15 on the play. 1st down and 10 for the Dogs.
Just what you're looking for out of the Bulldogs, to try to get the momentum quickly on your side and have a chance here to move fast and get the ball in.
9:07 left to go here in the first half. Tie game at 7 for the moment. Dogs are threatening. Have it down inside the Panther red zone, down to the Panther 16-yard line. Trips to the left, 3 receivers up top, 4 receivers set for the Dogs. They're going to hand this ball off. Oh, they're going to play action. Excuse me, fooled me. And he's going to skip that one into his tight end, Green. Really a nice incompletion there, to be honest. Nothing there. The official was kind of in the way. So incompletion, 2nd down and 10 coming up for the Dogs.
How many passes? Is that the first pass?
No.
No, it was. That's right.
Not very many, though. 4 receivers set, 2 to each side. 1 man in the backfield behind his quarterback, McQueen. Hard counting, no bite for the Panthers. Looking over to the sideline for an adjustment. Robinson beside him in the backfield. And we're going to have a timeout for the Dogs. 9 minutes left to go in the first half. Our score is tied at 7.
This is Dusty Holloway, owner of the Holloway Agency, and we are proud supporters of the Crestview Bulldogs. The Holloway Agency is your locally owned and operated independent insurance agency, and we offer a full line of coverages for all of your home, auto, business, and life insurance needs. Our offices are located at 168 West Woodruff Avenue in historic downtown Crestview. Feel free to drop in, or you can give us a call at 850-682-1900, or you can go to our website at www.thehollowayagency.com. Go Dogs.
And we are back, still at timeout. Bulldogs, big. Did you think Grant just didn't see what they liked as far as?
Yeah, I think
I
he
don't think
just.
it's lined up just
Yeah,
right.
he saw something he didn't like, and there's no reason, not to burn
That's
timeouts
right.
in the first half for sure.
I mean, this is the fastest half in the history.
Yeah, absolutely.
Has to be for the old Bulldogs. I remember one time we sat here last year, it was like 8 o'clock. It's like an hour. First quarter.
Well, neither team is really throwing it, so that helps.
It does.
McQueen going to take a quarterback keeper, and he's going to take it off the left tackle. Gain of about 8. 3rd down and 2 coming up for the Dogs.
Bulldogs, big game tonight. Like Coach said in the coaches show, it almost feels like a must-win because of who you have now. Walton going 2 or 3 rounds deep last year. Then Choctaw, who's rated one of the best. Niceville, who had the greatest recruiting class of all time this year. So, and then you finish, and then you take a break, and then you got Pace, Pine Forest. It just goes on and on and on. It's
Big 3rd down and 2 here for the Dogs. 2 receivers set for Crestview. Tassin takes over at quarterback. Look for a quarterback sweep. That's what it is. Panthers were all over it. He's going to get tackled for a loss back to the original line of scrimmage. 4th down and 10 coming up for the Dogs.
Now you're almost out of field goal range. You don't have nothing better to do but go for it here. I mean, if you don't make it, it's it puts Milton deep in their own territory.
Well, they're not going to kick it. I mean,
no, absolutely not. Not since King would I, in 2002, would I say trot out there with a few seconds left to kick a daggum long.
That was like a 50-something yarder.
52-yarder with 34 seconds left. He trotted out there like he was going to talk to somebody.
5 wide receivers empty. McQueen going to have to complete something here. Up top, near side, has a man. Touchdown, Dogs! And with the pass interference on top of it, that's Rogers out there on man coverage. Can't be covered. Touchdown, Dogs.
Nice. I just hope they don't. I hope they don't say it was offensive pass interference. I don't think it was.
No.
If he slung them off, you know what I'm saying?
No.
They still got the.
If they do, we're gonna be 4th down and 25 because Coach Grant may not make it.
Right. 16-yard touchdown pass to Rogers.
And we're going to that. Excuse me.
No, you're good.
That pass interference is going to be assessed on the kickoff.
Oh, hallelujah!
So maybe an onside situation.
Oh.
So
what do we need? 20 more now, or 40?
At least we'll take 40 more.
We'll take 20 more.
Hardman on for the icing on the cake. What a 4th down and 10 or 11 really completion. McQueen to Rogers. Hardman for the extra point to make this a 14-7 game. Snap holds good, kicks up, and it's good. 14-7 Dogs, 7:28 left to go here in the first half.
I'm Jenny Powell. I'm one of the attorneys at Powell, Powell & Powell Law Firm. Our family has been vested for over 100 years in Northwest Florida, serving your families for over 70 years. If you're in a car accident, you need a law firm who has the training, skill, and experience necessary to deal with insurance companies so that your case doesn't drag on forever. Let our family take care of your family during your most crucial moments. Just remember, Powell, Powell & Powell Law Firm is here for you. You can always just go to our website at www.powelllawfirm.com.
Hey my friends, this is Tara. When you choose Whitehurst Powell Funeral Home and Crematory, you're choosing a partner who cares deeply about you and your family during this difficult time. Our mission is to provide comfort, support, and a sense of closure as you celebrate your loved one's life. Contact us today to learn more about our services or to speak with one of our compassionate staff members. Let us help you honor the memory of your loved one with dignity and respect. Whitehurst Powell Funeral Home and Crematory, where compassion and care come together.
Kick the damn
and
thing
we are
anyway.
back, 14-7 Bulldogs. Let's see what we do here. You got it.
After the pass interference penalty that was assessed on the kickoff, excuse me, we're going to kick off from the Panther 45-yard line. They don't have a lot of guys up front. Surely I would onside kick it. That's just me. We pooch kick it anyway. If we don't get it, they get it at the 35-yard line. We might just. Yeah, and Milton really got real lucky to recover that ball. They were dropping back like they were going to cover a kickoff.
What were they doing?
Anyway, the Panthers recover it.
Little hard.
At
I mean,
32.
it was what it was. If we had a little higher bounce, maybe. But it was a good call. You got to do that.
It was a great call, and
great call.
To be honest, should have worked.
Very close to working. I mean, when you're right there, there's nothing other. When you pooch it to the 40, you're happy to take an onside kick that lands in the 30.
I'm telling you, Milton was dropping back like they were going to block somebody. Anyway.
What do you do?
They recovered, so it's all good for them anyway. 31-yard line starting out here. They're on 31 for Milton. They're going to run off tackle to the far side, and they're going to get a gain of nothing on the play. 2nd down and 10 coming up for the Panthers.
We'll call that a no gain there. Still moving right to left. Here with 7 minutes left at halftime, we'll have the KC Electric sponsoring the Big Red Machine Show. They're also sponsoring the halftime show. Appreciate KC Electric. All the sponsors this year. And guess what I heard last Thursday? And it was confirmed. Jody texted me. I said, did I hear James Bond?
No, bringing it back.
There was a little James Bond in the show.
Wonderful.
Wonderful.
Panthers play action, looking for a completion out to the far side. Have one, short of a first down, out to around
Did he drop it?
the 37-yard line. Going to bring up 3rd down and 5 for the Panthers.
Good crowd here tonight. Milton finally showed up. It was looking a little sparse there, and they
Good
finally
crowd.
got a good crowd over there.
We got a lot of people on the Bulldog side.
Do we really? That's wonderful. Well, it's first game. You got to have it. And the weather feels good.
And it's two teams that aren't terribly far apart from each other, so
right,
not a bad drive over for the people from Milton.
Did they get my French fries?
3rd down and 5
Got it.
for the Milton Panthers. 3 receiver set, going to hand this ball off. Oh no, nice play action pass for a completion out across the 45. Full knee to the 47 along with the Bulldog defense. 1st down and 10 for the Milton Panthers.
Nice passing catch there. Quarterback fooled everybody and actually starting to play. And Milton, no, it's timeout, water break. We're going to take a quick timeout. We'll be right back after a word from our sponsors.
If you're in the market for a brand new custom home, maybe you have some commercial work that needs to be done or remodeling, there's one place to call, and that's VLM Construction Services at 850-305-2959. Lonnie Miller and his crew has been working in Florida and in Alabama for over 30 years. If you're within the sound of my voice, they have plenty of home sites available in Crestview and Baker. Don't hesitate to call for any of your construction needs. 850-305-2959.
I've been around long enough to not be shocked by anything anymore. But this, well, this takes the cake. 38%. That's all. Only 38% of your electricity actually makes it to your home. Just think about how much is wasted. That's the shocking truth. It's appalling and really shocking. Find out more at okaloosagas.com/truth. It really is shocking.
First down and 10 for Milton from their own 47-yard line. 4 receiver set, 3 to the top. They're going to throw that way. A little receiver screen out there. Nice job by the Bulldog defense there. No gain on the play. Second down and 10 coming up for the Panthers.
So our buddy's sleeping right now. He said, I'm going to sleep.
No.
It's 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock.
That's the first time we go international.
International. People in England's watching us. Or was.
Looks like we had a penalty on that last play, a holding penalty against the Panthers, and we will accept that. That's going to march them back inside their own 40 down to the 38-yard line. First down and 20.
I don't know why we didn't hear that from Scott.
Didn't see it. It was on the top side.
Oh.
Oh, that's fine. You're just tuning in. It's 14-7. Bulldogs on top. Milton has the ball with 5:30 left here in the first half.
3 receiver set for the Panthers. And they are going to fumble the football. On the exchange, the Dogs recover at the Panther 35.
Big play by big play by the Dogs. I see Benjamin starting to look a lot better. Oh, Benjamin.
They tried the little read. Looks like a read. The quarterback was trying to read something, and on the exchange, on that mesh point, the ball just got dropped, and the Crestview defensive line. Scott, did you get a number for the recovery?
No, there was a couple of them.
Bunch of them.
A bunch. About half of the team.
We'll get it. You can ask Red. I'm sure he knows. Has he got a helmet on or a hat on?
Helmet.
I mean, microphone. What do they call that?
So
yeah, he's got all
back-to-back possessions for the Dogs. The last one started at the 30, the Milton 30. This one starts at the Milton 35-yard line. 2 back set for the Dogs. They're going to try a little pass. He's wide open. That's a touchdown, Dogs. That's Braylon Phillips on the touchdown reception. They put Zy Tassin in motion, handed it to him, and then he found a wide open Braylon Phillips in the end zone. A quick touchdown for the Dogs makes it 20-7 with an extra point coming.
Was that about a 30-yard passing catch?
It was a 35-yard passing catch.
Let's don't cheat him. Man, Zy coming out of nowhere. Thought he was going to run it. It held the safety up just enough. Almost a little out of reach of Phillips, but Phillips did a good job of holding that ball. And boys and girls, it's fixing to be when the ball's up. It is. Sneaks through. It's good. Make it 21-7. We'll be right back. Don't touch the dial.
My husband and I just closed on our new home. We found a builder, CJL Construction, through Teal and Waters. We shopped around 4 months until we found this particular home. It was exactly what we was looking for. The workmanship was unbelievable, and it was the neighborhood we wanted to be in. Colton Leyendecker and Teal and Waters made this a simple, stress-free purchase. We are pleased to recommend CJL Construction and Teal and Waters if you're in the market to buy a home. I highly recommend you go to their website for all their listings and information at crestvviewhomes.com.
And we are back. 1 play, fumble, 2 plays. Fumble, Bulldogs recover, and then they do a little halfback pass to Phillips. And they got it. They said it was good. The scoreboard showing 20-7, but it is 21. I did see him put their arms up. I'm almost positive. That look at here. Oh, thank you. Appreciate you. Appreciate the band members or the band boosters helping us out with a little nourishment as we work hard up here in the booth.
Hardman getting ready to kick this way, kick it away deep over the middle of the field. Going to be caught around the Panther 15. He's got room, still on his feet. Finally tackled down at the at the Panther 38-yard line. That's where they'll start. First down and 10.
Another big 3 and out would be nice here.
Wouldn't it be?
That would be really huge to set the momentum for second half. At halftime, Okaloosa Gas is going to present the Big Red Machine halftime show. We appreciate Ed Springle and the gang at Okaloosa Gas and the hard work they do. They are spreading like wildfire, no pun intended there, with natural gas.
Here come the Panthers. 2 receivers set, and the quarterback gets turned around. He's trying to scramble out of pressure, and he's going to get sacked back at the 35-yard line. Loss of 4 on the play. Second down and 14, and the Dogs are starting to take control of this game.
Dogs is coming alive.
It's got to be a bad feeling when you turn the hand at somebody and nobody's there.
Nobody was there.
That's happened to the Dogs a lot.
.430 and counting left to go in the first half. The Dogs, if they can get them off the field, have a chance to add on to this lead. They're up 21-7 here in the first half. Got all the momentum right now. Need to ride it while we got it. 3 receivers set for the Panthers. Back to pass. Looking. Near side. Nobody there. Trying to step up. Still looking. And overshoots his receiver on a scramble drill. And that's going to make it 3rd down and 14 for the Panthers.
Almost had another man downfield illegally. Took a lot of time to develop. Quarterback just trying to find his guy, and nothing was there. Great coverage by the secondary for the Bulldogs with about 4 minutes left here in the first half. Bulldogs up 21-7. A quick score there just happening as the Bulldogs recover a fumble and then throw a halfback pass to the end zone to Mr. Phillips, thrown by Tassin.
Well, looks like Milton's going to take a timeout. 4:03 left to go in the first half. Crestview up 21-7.
Don't touch the dial. We'll be right back.
Hello, this is Dixie Dan Powell. Just like in the courtroom, you got to be bulldog tough. It takes teamwork to get to the goal line and to win the game. Go Bulldogs. Call us, Powell Injury Law, 850-306-2667. That's 850-306-2667.
Guys, listen up. Did you spend too long out on the boat this Saturday fishing? Have you been on the links a little too much? Do you need to get out of the doghouse? Let me tell you where you need to go. Joey the Jeweler. He's on Main Street right by Desi's. He's got tons of beautiful jewels to win your girl back over. And make sure to go like and share his Facebook page. He's always doing great giveaways, so you have a chance to win something free for your girl. So head on over to facebook.com/Joey the Jeweler. Or you guys could just ask Siri what the phone number is.
Hey Siri, what is the phone number to Joey the Jeweler?
Joey the Jeweler's phone number is 850-682-1980.
Hellenbeck just brought us pizza.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Look at this. They used to sponsor our halftime show. Unbelievable.
That's great.
Oh.
Rolling out to the near side, and nice completion. Short of a first down for the Panthers, out to the Panther 45-yard line. Going to bring up 4th down and manageable, though. 4th down and 4 for the Panthers. A nice throw and catch there.
Boy, that smells good right there. I'm going to be honest with you. Oh, Hellenbeck.
4th down. Milton keeps the offense on the field. If Crestview can get a stop, they're going to get another possession that starts inside Panther territory. 3 receivers set for Milton on this 4th down
big play. Right
3:54 left to go in the first half.
They're going to get them to jump. They ain't going to snap the ball.
Well, they're going to go for it eventually.
Yeah, but where's the
they're going to take a timeout to talk about it. 4th down and 4 when we come back. Crestview up 21-7.
Listen up. We have a big event coming at the Crestview Community Center September the 8th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. And that is the Barber and Beauty Expo 2024. This is presented by Factory Cuts. This is one of the largest barber and beauty expo events in this part of the country. There will be barber competitions, exhibitions, there will be classes. For more information, call 850-306-6229. It's at the Crestview Community Center, September the 8th. That's a Sunday from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. It's the Crestview Barber and Beauty Expo 2024. You don't want to miss it. To get tickets or more information, go to the website, CrestviewExpoEventbrite.com.
And we are back. Bulldogs, big hole. Milton does come out, try to run the play. Let's see what happens.
Milton, after a timeout, have decided to at least line up like they're going to punt it. Rolling out rugby style, they punt this ball away, and he kicks it over there. Nice punt, really. Going to go out of bounds around the Bulldog 30-yard line. That's where the Dogs will set up with 3:37 left to go in the first half.
We'll be right back. Don't touch it.
As most of you know by now, Main Street in Crestview is going through a revitalization project. Blocks 1 and 2 are complete, and we will be starting Block 3 very soon. At this time, you can drive and park up and down Main Street without detours. We invite everyone to come down Main Street and see the project that's complete, and while you're there, stop and shop at all the great businesses on Main Street in Crestview, Florida.
We're back. Bulldogs have a chance now to punch it in one more time. Can they do it? Moving left to right on your radio dial. Shotgun formation for McQueen. He's going to throw out here to the near side in a bad pass, but it looks like, it threw behind the receiver intended for Colmetz. He could not come up with it. Brings up second down. Does stop the clock, Corey, with 3:30 left here in the first half.
Yeah, plenty of time to add on to this lead. We're going 4 receiver set, doubles, stack formation to either side. One man in the backfield behind McQueen. They're going to do that hard count where they look over to the sideline for an adjustment. Looks like they're on the wristband. We do not have a play clock on the field.
Yeah, I don't know.
But we're back to pass, and they're going to try a receiver screen down to Colmetz down on the near side, and that's going to be snuffed out pretty well by the Panthers. Loss of maybe 1 on the play, 3rd down and 11 coming up for the Dogs.
I will say, too, that screen pass didn't have enough oomph on it. It was sort of a balloon, and you cannot throw a balloon way out, far out to the sidelines.
Yeah,
you have too many guys can chase that down.
The play just never really developed, to be honest.
Right.
Let's see what we got here. 3rd down and 11, 4 receivers, 3 to the top. The Panthers have everybody within 10 yards of the line of scrimmage. McQueen and Cobb in the backfield for the Dogs. 250 and counting.
How do you even play without a play clock?
Here comes McQueen. McQueen running the quarterback option game to the near side. Cobb has it up to around the 40. They're going to mark him out at the 37-yard line. It's going to bring up 4th down in a punting situation for the Dogs.
Should have stayed in. Why he didn't stay in? It looked like to me he tried to stay in. You wanted that clock to run, and it has stopped. Milton's going to have a chance now to get the ball back with about 2:20 left in the first half. Bulldogs up 21-7 if you're just tuned in. It's been a pretty exciting ball game. Fast first half.
Honestly,
I would go the other way on that. I think you're going to have a chance to get the ball.
I don't know if
I think they're going to
I like this with the momentum right here. I like a little Coach Brunson action right here. I like faking it. Yeah.
Well,
we're going to take another timeout.
So I think Coach may have had a fake on.
They were having a
personnel was not on
personnel situation.
Wait a minute. I say they was going to call a timeout. Maybe the referees didn't like something.
Well, they called us for illegal substitution or illegal shift, so it's come back as a 5. So take it
back 5. But now, could it have been the play clock? Who's keeping the play clock?
It's not the play clock. We were trying to run guys on and off. We didn't know who was supposed to be out there.
I got you. We're going to punt it. Yeah, I think all Milton's going to do here is try to run as much time off the clock as they can. I don't see the Bulldogs getting the ball back.
Phillips, nice punt out of bounds at around the Milton 45-yard line. Give him 35 on the punt, no return. 2:29 left to go in the first. Crestview on top, 21-7.
We'll be right back.
Casey Electric has been the longest running sponsor of the Big Red Machine Show, and WAAZ and Crestview High School appreciates Casey Electric for their support. Casey Electric has served Okaloosa and Walton County since 1948. That's right, 1948. You've got to be doing something right to be able to say that. Casey Electric can handle all your AC, heating, and electrical needs. A Carrier dealer, Casey Electric services all brands of AC units. Give Casey Electric a call, 682-3037. That's 682-3037.
Here at Jack Foster, the Panthers back with the football at their own 45-yard line. First down and 10, trying to cut into this Bulldog 14-point lead. Back to pass are the Panthers, and they have a completion on the out route, trying to make a man miss, and he's going to get spun down inside Bulldog territory, down to the Bulldog 49-yard line. Going to bring up second down and 4 for the Panthers.
Another 6-yard pass for Milton. They've had a couple of those. Actually had a 12 and a 10. Milton has about 2 minutes to try to score here, try to put some more points on the board to go into halftime, not so far down.
4 receivers. They're going to hand the ball up off the middle. It has room across, enough for a first down to the Bulldog 42-yard line. First down and 10 for the Panthers.
They're moving quickly. Milton sets up right to left on your radio dial on the near hash at the 42-yard line of the Bulldogs. Shotgun formation for the Panthers. 1 man in the backfield, 4 receivers. Gonna look over here, a little screen play. Little juke move, still on his feet. No, he stepped out of bounds after about a 5-6 yard gain. We'll see where they mark it.
We're gonna
give him, stop the clock, right?
Going to give him 8 inside.
Oh, wow.
Of the Bulldog, down to the Bulldog 34-yard line. Second down and a long 2. 1:47 left to go here in the first half. Bulldogs need to stiffen up here, not let them cut into this 14-point lead here late in the first half. 4 receivers set for the Panthers. They're back to pass again. Looking near side. Has a man, and in and out of the hands of his intended target. Was wide open, to be honest. That was Hall, the intended receiver. Going to bring up third down and 2.
Wow. Had a chance right there to hit the deck. Did I just see heat lightning?
I've been seeing it for the whole quarter, to be honest, Tim.
Wow.
I guess it's heat lightning.
Little lightning down there, it looks like on the south part of the county. Shotgun formation, Milton moving here.
4 receivers. They're going to hand it off, trying to find that first down, and he does across the 30, across the 25, spinning down close to the 20-yard line. Another first down for the Panthers, but a flag back here near the line of scrimmage in the area of holding, Tim.
We'll take it. Could be. Let's see what it does. If it is holding, that's a very untimely penalty that the Milton Panthers did not need. Well, it looks like that's what it's going to be.
The drive killer is what it is. Well, in a minute and 29, it's going to, if it is holding, it's going to back them up from a 3rd and 2 to a 3rd and about 12. We'll see the official call from the white hat here.
If you'll remember, they had a holding.
And it is holding.
They had a holding on their last possession. That's 2 holdings.
Untimely, as you said, too, both of them.
Yep. They've had 2 holds, offsides, and roughing the quarter.
Yeah. That's right. It's going to back him up to the Bulldog 44-yard line. 3rd down and 12. A minute and 26 and counting here. 4 receivers set. Milton still trying to cut into this 14-point lead. Back to pass is the Panthers, scrambling out to the near side. And the ball is tipped and almost intercepted, but out of bounds. So it's going to bring up 4th down and 12 for the Panthers.
Well, looks like the Bulldogs, like Scott said. Hey. Napkins, good God almighty. No, they didn't bring nothing with it for us.
Here.
They think we're a bunch of, what do you need?
The Panthers are bringing out the punt team, 4th down and 12. A little surprised that they're going to try to punt this with a minute and 8 left. Well, you know, they're just trying to keep – maybe they're trying to keep Crestview off the board.
I think you pin us back as far as you can because we did strike pretty fast. That we have the potential to score fast.
Well, yes.
And 1 minute is enough time to get it down, make 1 or 2 big plays. And what are we doing here?
Milton's trying to run guys on and off, I guess.
No, they sent one off with an equipment problem.
Another knee pad.
Another
Help
knee pad
me.
situation.
The Panther punter standing at his own 45. Tassin back to receive, standing around his own 10. Rugby punt, and it's another shank punt. Going to land around the 40. That's where the Dogs will take over. At their own 40-yard line with 58 seconds left to go here in the first half. Dogs on top, 21-7.
I want to share a quick story about Brackney Funeral Home. We recently lost our grandmother, and thanks to the kind, professional, and caring staff, it just felt like being with family. She had made all of her decisions in advance, so it was a very seamless process. So thank you, Brackney Funeral Home, for treating our family like yours. If you don't know where they're located, they're at 480 East James Lee Boulevard. That's Highway 90 right across from Twin Hills Park, and their phone number is 850-683-9898. We highly recommend Brackney Funeral Home.
And the Bulldogs are going to come out now and try to punch something here with about 50 seconds left. Shotgun formation for McQueen.
4 receivers, 2 stacked to either side, 1 man in the backfield beside him. And he's back to pass. Looking deep near side. Throws a beautiful ball to Tassin and has the completion to the 20. He stays on his feet. Chasing down the goal line. Touchdown, Dogs. A 70-yard passing catch with 44 seconds left to go in the half. 27-20, 27-7 Dogs.
I talked about it in the countdown to kickoff. Right before we went live, I said, look for Tassin. He's going to be our guy to play on Saturday. He's just a sophomore. If Niceville or somebody don't steal him with NIL, he's going to be a fantastic player for the Bulldogs in the next 3 years.
Well, that was just good old-fashioned backyard football there.
Oh, yeah.
That was just –
he broke a tackle, though.
I threw it to my guy, and you're not, you know.
That's right.
And he just made a play. Our extra point team was not expecting that. Kicker and the holder are running on a little late here. I think we'll let them go on that. Another one-play drive. Extra points up and good. 28-7 Dogs. 44 seconds left to go in the first half.
Hello, Bulldog fans. This is Greg Watson, the Bulldog basketball coach and realtor at Teal & Waters Real Estate. There are offers being made as we speak all over Crestview by new home builders. They are buying your interest rate down significantly and, yes, making your monthly house payments lower and lower. What we have here is aggressive home builder competition vying for your consideration, from new Southside homes by the well-known builders to our own CJL Construction throughout Crestview's north side and in Freeport. CJL Construction is offering up to $10,000 for closing costs or interest rate buydown. Call or text me at 256-682-6605 or go to my website, gregwatsonrealestate.com. I would like to show you some houses. Go Bulldogs.
Go Dogs indeed. 28-7. Long pass and catch. McQueen to Tassin, 70 yards. And just like that, the Bulldogs are up 21 on the old Milton Panthers. And we're going to kick off one more time. Another possession here. With 1 minute, we've had 3 possessions.
And we get it starting in the second half as well.
If he don't kick it to Coach Grant, it may be his last kick.
Kick it to Coach Grant. Look, he's pointing over Coach.
No, he's watch where Grant's at.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He said, kick it
right
to
here.
Me.
Yeah, well, he didn't.
Did he
Quite
go
the
other
opposite,
way?
Scott. He went on the opposite sideline. And that ball's going to go out of bounds. And I think the Panthers are just going to take the ball with 41 seconds.
Coach is a little hot. Look at him. He was backing up. I would be backing up too. He's coming for me, Daddy. Where you at, me? Oh my God.
Poor Scott. You set old Hardman up for that one.
Oh, he was backing up. Oh my God, Coach, don't hit me, please. Don't hurt me. Don't hurt me.
In defense of Hardman, I mean, They got it at the 35-yard line.
I will say this. If it was Coach Morgan, the kicker would be on the ground right now.
Crestvew's
on about 12 o'clock tonight.
Crestvew's got 3 safeties back, and we got a whistle before the snap. Looks like a little motion on somebody down there.
Very excited for the Big Red Machine. We've got James Bond, baby. I heard some James Bond. I text Jody.
Live or let die?
We got 12 players on the field.
We got 12 players. Well, Lord help us.
I said, hey, did I hear James Bond? He texted back. He said, yes, you did. Just for you, he said. I always talk about I love to hear me some James Bond every year, right? You know why? Because that's the only thing I know, and I love to hear it.
First down and 5 after the offsides. Moves the ball up to the Panther 40. They were just going to try to run this clock out, and it looks like they still will. Handoff up the middle. Tackled after a gain of 1. And that's going to take us inside of 30 seconds. Maybe one more snap for the Panthers.
I wouldn't snap it if they're not going to make me. Would you?
Well, what I mean is they might have to snap it one more time, right? If the play clock, which we don't have.
I don't know what the play clock is. It 35 or 25 in high? I couldn't remember what it is.
35.
Is it 35? So they didn't have to snap it. They didn't want to. But we are way back there. We've got guys standing on the 20-yard line just in case. I don't think they're going to snap it.
Halftime.
Yep, it's halftime. We'll be right back. Don't touch the dial. We've got the Milton Panthers. They had the Big Red Machine at halftime.
CQ Roofing, your hometown roofer since 1999, is state licensed and insured. Chris Coyer, the owner, is born and raised in Crestview, North Okaloosa County. Family owned and operated for 24 years of local service, specializing in shingles and metal roofs. Re-roof repair specialist. If you have any roofing needs, you can call them at 850-683-4169 or visit their website at cqroofing.com.
This is Dusty Holloway, owner of the Holloway Agency, and we are proud supporters of the Crestview Bulldogs. The Holloway Agency is your locally owned and operated independent insurance agency, and we offer a full line of coverages for all of your home, auto, business, and life insurance needs. Our offices are located at 168 West Woodruff Avenue in historic downtown Crestview. Feel free to drop in, or you can give us a call at 850-682-1900, or you can go to our website at www.thehollowayagency.com. Go Dogs.
I'm Jenny Powell. I'm one of the attorneys at Powell, Powell & Powell Law Firm. Our family has been invested for over 100 years in Northwest Florida, serving your families for over 70 years. If you're in a car accident, you need a law firm who has the training, skill, and experience necessary to deal with insurance companies so that your case doesn't drag on forever. Let our family take care of your family during your most crucial moments. Just remember, Powell, Powell & Powell Law Firm is here for you. You can always just go to our website at www.powelllawfirm.com.
Hey my friends, this is Tara. When you choose Whitehurst Powell Funeral Home and Crematory, you're choosing a partner who cares deeply about you and your family during this difficult time. Our mission is to provide comfort, support, and a sense of closure as you celebrate your loved one's life. Contact us today to learn more about our services or to speak with one of our compassionate staff members. Let us help you honor the memory of your loved one with dignity and respect. Whitehurst Powell Funeral Home and Crematory, where compassion and care come together.
If you're in the market for a brand new custom home, maybe you have some commercial work that needs to be done or remodeling, there's one place to call, and that's VLM Construction Services at 850-305-2959. Lonnie Miller and his crew has been working in Florida and in Alabama for over 30 years. If you're within the sound of my voice, they have plenty of home sites available in Crestview and Baker. Don't hesitate to call for any of your construction needs. 850-305-2959.
Milton Panther Band. Dusty's not here. He knows the name of these bands. I don't. What does it say on the back of that yellow shirt down there? MB and G Band. I don't even know what that is. What is the Panthers band name? Scott, do you know? Name of the band, Scott. I'd appreciate your help. if you're watching YouTube, they have spread out. It's not your normal band looking setup. They have got more of a like a show. And they're about to start. We're going to listen in as we work on our stats. The halftime, if you're just on the radio, 28-7, and we're at halftime. And we're about to listen to the band from Milton, and let's listen in. Black and gold. Thank you. Black and gold.
The black and gold. How about that? Nicer. They had a little electric guitar. I feel like I was watching, I don't know, ICDC or something. I was listening to something. Really nice job out of the black and gold. We'll be right back for the Big Red Machine. Don't touch the dial, people.
I've been around long enough to not be shocked by anything anymore. But this, well, this takes the cake. 38%. That's all. Only 38% of your electricity actually makes it to your home. Just think about how much is wasted. That's the shocking truth. It's appalling and really shocking. Find out more at okaloosagas.com/truth. It really is shocking.
My husband and I just closed on our new home. We found a builder, CJL Construction, through Teal and Waters. We shopped around 4 months until we found this particular home. It was exactly what we was looking for. The workmanship was unbelievable, and it was the neighborhood we wanted to be in. Colton Leyendecker and Teal and Waters made this a simple, stress-free purchase. We are pleased to recommend CJL Construction and Teal and Waters if you're in the market to buy a home. I highly recommend you go to their website for all their listings and information at crestvviewhomes.com.
Hello, this is Dixie Dan Powell. Just like in the courtroom, you got to be bulldog tough. It takes teamwork to get to the goal line and to win the game. Go Bulldogs. Call us, Powell Injury Law, 850-306-2667. That's 850-306-2667.
We are back. It is halftime. The Big Red Machine's about to take the field for the first time officially. Now, last Thursday, the game was over, and I thought the band would play. I had to kick it back to the radio station, and then 5 or 10 minutes later, they came out. So we did miss it, but I heard some James Bond. Got very excited. And when I say excited, you ask Dusty, it's always every year, hey, am I going to hear some James Bond? And I think Jody knows that. And so I text Jody. I said, Jody, did I hear James Bond? He goes, yes, you did, just for you. So we're going to hear a little James Bond. The Big Red Machine is coming on the field. Here we go. Let's listen in.
The Big Red Machine. How about that? I'm really getting antsy about now hearing Little James Bond and then that other little song, Little Havana little song, and we'll see how it sort of shapes up as we go a little longer into the season. I think by the 5th or 6th week they have it. Hey, listen, a lot of scores coming in. If you're sitting at a game, 850-682-1177. We'll get your score out. We're going to reset. Give us a quick moment to go over our stats. We'll take a break for about a minute. We'll be right back. Don't touch the dial.
Guys, listen up. Did you spend too long out on the boat this Saturday fishing? Have you been on the links a little too much? Do you need to get out of the doghouse? Let me tell you where you need to go. Joey the Jeweler. He's on Main Street right by Desi's. He's got tons of beautiful jewels to win your girl back over. And make sure to go like and share his Facebook page. He's always doing great giveaways, so you have a chance to win something free for your girl. So head on over to facebook.com/Joey the Jeweler. Or you guys could just ask Siri what the phone number is.
Hey Siri, what is the phone number to Joey the Jeweler?
Joey the Jeweler's phone number is 850-682-1980.
We are back. Let's go over some scores real quick. Like they're coming in. I got guys texting me. They've been texting me now for I guess since we've had cell phones. I've been calling since 2099 or 2000. Cell phones started texting about 05, 06, something like that. Let me go through them real quick. Like I just had a text here from Bill. Maybe it was Bill from Milton. Bill from Milton has Catholic 21 zip. Baker's over the Baby Rattlers 27-6. We sort of knew that. Donald Shaw didn't get that, but yeah, it's a black and gold. Catholic over Navarre 7-0. Mariana right now. Now the last we heard, Mariana was up over Walton. This is a shocker. Either Mariana has come up with a bunch of NIL money or something, but they was up over Walton 29-23 there in the second quarter. We'll see what that is. Nicefield's over South Sumter 21-7. Tate over Fort Walton Beach. Both teams we got to play there. Tate's over Fort Walton 14-0. Pace is tied with Mary G. Montgomery 7-7. That's the last we heard there. Jay over Vernon right now 14-0 in the third quarter. Pine Forest, Pensacola, close one, very shocking. Pine Forest 19, Pensacola 6. Pensacola last year only scored 14 points. So maybe Pine Forest is a team good that we played them. Look at Holmes County, 34 over Bozeman at halftime, 34-9. Choctaw and Gulf Shores at halftime, 10-7. Choctaw's winning that game. Freeport beating North Bay Haven 22-0. That's a shocker. And that, how about Andalusia losing right now to Enterprise? I appreciate that, John, up there in Andalusia. They're losing 7-21 to Enterprise. Enterprise indoor facility, practice facility, by the way. Yeah, Mosley, we don't have them on the schedule. Thank you very much. 37-14 over Rutherford. We've got a hard enough schedule as it is. Bluntstown is at halftime. They're beating Liberty County 28-14. W.S. Neal, our good friends just north of us, is up over Central 21-0. That's in Haynesville, Alabama. And then Dothan at halftime is over Childs. Our buddy's not at Childs this year. Didn't he move to Marion? Where's he at? Rutherford? Oh. Okay, I don't know about this year. Yeah, one of our old coaches was at Childs, but he's getting beat 20-0. You don't play Dothan unless you want to lose. They've combined all those schools and made it big. We are at halftime. Bulldogs are up 28-7 with, I've got, is it 3 TD? Was that one a TD pass, that Phillips? Or was that a run? 2 yard. Is that that was a run. So 2 touchdown passes, 1 16 yards to Rogers and a 70 yards to Tassin. And then a 2-yard run from the quarterback, McQueen, and then a handoff to Phillips, 2 yards. Makes it 28-7. We'll be right back. Don't touch the dial. We're fixing to start third quarter here in just a moment.
Listen up. We have a big event coming at the Crestview Community Center September the 8th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. And that is the Barber and Beauty Expo 2024. This is presented by Factory Cuts. This is one of the largest barber and beauty expo events in this part of the country. There will be barber competitions, exhibitions, there will be classes. For more information, call 850-306-6229. It's at the Crestview Community Center, September the 8th. That's a Sunday from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. It's the Crestview Barber and Beauty Expo 2024. You don't want to miss it. To get tickets or more information, go to the website, CrestviewExpoEventbrite.com.
As most of you know by now, Main Street in Crestview is going through a revitalization project. Blocks 1 and 2 are complete, and we will be starting Block 3 very soon. At this time, you can drive and park up and down Main Street without detours. We invite everyone to come down Main Street and see the project that's complete, and while you're there, stop and shop at all the great businesses on Main Street in Crestview, Florida.
And we are back, about to start the third quarter. Okay, you're in the locker room. What did you hear Coach Grant say to his guys up 28-7?
I think you're trying to still light that fire and pointing out things that they could have done better, telling them not to get comfortable, not to get complacent. They better come out on that first possession and extend this lead. And when you got somebody down, you better finish it.
Better finish it. Bill from Milton, I appreciate you, buddy. We've been together now for 20-plus years. He's over, so I don't know. Catholic is up 21-0 over Navarre. We have Navarre. Of course, they're in our district. Navarre, Pace, and Tate. So we win those 3 games, and we are at least got a playoff game. Right? Bulldogs will receive as they defer. They won the toss. The call was heads. It landed on tails. And, we'll see what happens here. Do they go deep? Do they pooch it? When's the last time we saw a straight-up high school kicker every single time, no matter what team we played, kick it in the end zone at ease?
Yeah.
It's not very often you see that, do you? I just don't. You don't see it very much. That is a missing breed. Now they're not around here anyway, so let's put it that way. Most of the time, you're just trying strategically to put the ball where it don't hurt you, where it don't hurt you the least, right? Bulldogs will be moving right to left on your radio dial, west to east. The flag is sort of dropped. It was blowing earlier, and now the wind has died. Milton now to kick it off.
And toes on leather, a little squib kick out here to the near side, picked up by Phillips around the 35-yard line, makes the initial tackler miss, still dancing, out across the 45, across the 50, still side-stepping Panthers into Panther territory, down to the Panthers' 44-yard line.
Nice start for the Bulldogs. And like Corey said just a little while ago, let's go ahead and put our foot on the throat, down up by 21. Let's put another one quickly in the end zone to make it 28 and try to take the air out of the Milton Panthers and make this night short and go to the house and get ready for that London game tomorrow. There's a bunch of Crestview people over there, by the way.
4 receiver set for the Dogs. McQueen and Tassin in the backfield. McQueen keeps it out across the 35. Inside Panther red zone down to the 19. A gain of 20 on the play. Or give him 25 on the play. First down and 10 for the Dogs.
Nice run. McQueen saw something there and just kept it. Good read.
A little distracted by distracted there by the drum line.
I could turn that down probably. It wouldn't hurt my feelings any.
They're getting the student section hype over there. 4 receiver set, 3 to the top. McQueen takes a snap. He's going to hand it off on an outside zone to the far side, looking for the corner, not going to get there. Gain of about 1 on the play. Second down and 9 coming up for the Dogs. That was Morris on the carry for the Dogs.
If you got scores, send them to me, 850-682-1177. All you regular guys, I don't have to tell you my number. I forgot to give it out. Thank Bulldogs threatening here early in the third, just underway, up 28-7. trying to put some more points on the board for the Bulldogs.
2nd down and 9 for the Dogs from the Panther 18-yard line on the opening possession of the second half. 4 receivers set for the Dogs. Back to pass is McQueen. McQueen throwing near side, has Tassin in the end zone, just overthrows him. Had him on one-on-one coverage out there. 3rd down and 9 coming up for the Dogs.
I'm going to tell you, if it would have been a good pass, that was a touchdown. He had separation. I don't know how he's doing it, but every time he's down that away,
he's coming back to the ball.
He's coming back to it, yeah.
Well, they just got him on one-on-one, and they know that he just trusts them to go make the play, so he just throws it up and just lets them go get it.
Yeah,
it's like backyard football. It's like playing on Thanksgiving out with the family.
And you got somebody who could jump. Remember the old brothers, the Voices? They could do it too.
McQueen hands this ball off to Rogers. Rogers has a seam up the middle. 1st down and more for Rogers. And that's going to be a 1st down inside the 5. 1st down and goal coming up for the Dogs.
Nice run by Rogers. That's his first good run up the middle like that. And the ball did come out, but he was already down. The ground caused that. Where are they going to mark it, Scott? Looks like
the 3-yard line.
About the 3-yard line?
Yeah, about 3.
1st down and goal for the Dogs. Trying to extend this lead. 21-point lead for the Dogs. Trying to extend it one more score. McQueen going to take it himself up the middle and has a touchdown on the quarterback keeper. That's going to make it 34-7 with an extra point coming up.
Wow. How about it?
Extra point team trotting on. Hardman has been perfect tonight on extra point attempts, trying to keep that streak alive.
He has done a good job. Say that.
Good snap and good hold so far as well.
Yes.
So we'll see here. Snaps a little high, and the extra point, we're not even going to be able to attempt it. So the holder couldn't get that high snap down. So leave the score, Crestview 34, Milton 7.
I jinxed this. I put it up there too quick. I can't believe I did that. We'll be right back. Don't touch the dial.
Casey Electric has been the longest running sponsor of the Big Red Machine Show, and WAAZ and Crestview High School appreciates Casey Electric for their support. Casey Electric has served Okaloosa and Walton County since 1948. That's right, 1948. You've got to be doing something right to be able to say that. Casey Electric can handle all your AC, heating, and electrical needs. A Carrier dealer, Casey Electric services all brands of AC units. Give Casey Electric a call. 682-3037. That's 682-3037.
Click, 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 click. That's not a timer for our guitar playing. It's the old drum line. We're getting warmed up now. And the Bulldogs will kick it off up 34-7. And we'll see what happens here. First possession for Milton.
Hardman kicks a nice kick down to around the Panther 15. The Bulldogs in pursuit, but they have broken their lanes out across the 50. Down, and it's going to take this all the way down to around the 5, but it's coming back for a holding. Another untimely one, Tim.
I will say this. If this is not the first year I feel like we're playing at home.
Don't jinx it, brother.
I know, but I feel like we're playing at home finally.
I will go ahead and say if we were on the opposite end,
I would be upset.
I don't know if I'd be upset.
I would be upset, but you know what?
You got to expect it.
And here's the deal on this. Year after year after year after year, we have said, you could call a holding in almost every play.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, that was a mug.
That was a mug?
Well, that mug turns it back to the Panther 30 instead of being inside the Bulldog 5.
Exactly.
Pretty big holding
Those
penalty.
3 holding penalties so far is a back breakers for the Panthers.
Yep.
And that called back, like you said, about a 60-yard, 50-yard run. Whatever. He picked it up at, the 20?
Oh, it was more than that.
Yeah,
he almost scored.
Jesus, that's right. 75 yards.
Here come the Panthers. down 27.
Thought they was going to be on the 3 or 5, and they're on the 27 or 8 or whatever.
They're on
30.
The 30. 3-receiver set. Panther's going to hand this ball off, and he's going to get met at the line of scrimmage. Maybe gets a yard on the play, half a yard. 2nd down and 9 coming up for the Panthers.
Yeah, about a 75-yard run on the kickoff there.
While we got a little time here, Tim, I'll go ahead. We haven't gone over the starters. We didn't have much time.
Yes.
Rover, Coward, Contry, Stoudemire, Anderson, Range, Morris, Dotson, Johns, Rogers, and Tassin is your starting defense, and they have done an excellent job, especially since that first possession.
Absolutely. A few little adjustments, possibly.
32 on that last tackle.
32, that's Stoudemire. 3-receiver set for the Panthers. 2nd down and 9 here at their own 31-yard line, and we're going to have a whistle here before the snap.
Coach Grant's
not happy about something, and delay a game on the Panthers.
On the Panthers. How do you know you got to delay a game?
Well, they do keep it on the field, I guess. I have no idea, to be honest.
I mean,
2nd down and 14, it makes it.
That's the first one of those we've had tonight. Not having a clock, you're relying on somebody with a watch.
Coach just told the referee it works if they have somebody.
Oh, it does work.
It does work.
I just choose not to use it, I guess.
Choose not to use it. Hey, maybe that's a benefit for the old dogs. You never know.
Panthers. Play action, near side, completion, out to around the 35. Going to bring up 3rd down, and we'll call it
5 or 6.
Yeah, let's call it 5. 3rd down and 5. Pass and catch.
Is that the biggest game tomorrow? Is the Georgia Tech FSU game?
There's some smaller games on after that, but Florida State, Georgia Tech, and usually when you only have one game like that, it's usually a letdown one way or the other.
Right.
It'll be a blowout and won't be worth watching.
Won't be worth knocking in the head.
3rd down, and we'll call it a short 5 for the Panthers from their own 35. They're going to hand this ball off. He's got the corner near side, but tackled quickly out of bounds after a gain of 1. 4th down and 4 coming up for Milton, and almost feel like they have to go for this here.
Yes. You know, old Braxton, he's a Florida fan. I don't know why, but he is, and that's fine with me.
No, they're going to bring the punt team on. Go ahead, Tim. Sorry.
And I got front row tickets. I looked at the Miami game, $400. They're sold out.
No.
I got the Sanford for $40.
Yeah.
Front row right there on the
absolutely
right on the end zone, right in the front row. Yeah, I'm gonna bring him and old Easton.
Punt team out for the Panthers.
Watch the fake. I'd play
4th
fake.
down and 5. The rugby style kicker punts it away. This time a spiraling punt. Nice punt, caught by Tassin back at his own 25-yard line, looking for room, making men miss, but a nice job by the Milton Panther return team, tackling him down at around the Bulldog 28-yard line. 7:23 left to go in the 3rd. Crestview on top, 34-7.
I want to share a quick story about Brackney Funeral Home. We recently lost our grandmother, and thanks to the kind, professional, and caring staff, it just felt like being with family. She had made all of her decisions in advance, so it was a very seamless process. So thank you, Brackney Funeral Home, for treating our family like yours. If you don't know where they're located, they're at 480 East James Lee Boulevard. That's Highway 90 right across from Twin Hills Park, and their phone number is 850-683-9898. We highly recommend Brackney Funeral Home.
Back here at Jack Foster, Colmet's in motion. Going to fake it to him and is going to give it to Cobb. And Cobb has some nice work out across the 35. Still on his feet out to around the 39-yard line. A gain of 11. 1st down and 10 for the Dogs.
Faked out the old cameraman. You don't pay cameramen enough to at least follow the ball.
Where's Coach O when we need him?
I mean, come on. Hippie, somebody.
What? Didn't you train Braxton at one time?
I did, but he's old enough now. He wants to get expelled. He's roaming the tracks. You get your butt expelled nowadays for roaming the tracks.
Are you serious?
Yeah, you can't. You'll get kicked out and lose your. If you see anybody on the tracks, by any chance.
Mercy.
They gone.
4 receivers, 3 to the top. 1 man behind McQueen in the backfield. That's Cobb. Running speed option to the near side. Pitches it to Cobb. Has the corner out across the 45. up to the 47, gain of 7. Or give him 8. Second down and 8 coming up for the Dog. Or second down and 2, excuse me, for the Dogs.
As Coach said, he thought that this was a must-win. I think we have, unless a miracle happens, I'm sure Coach feels good that he's going to be able to sleep okay tonight.
We're getting into run the clock territory, Tim. If we can get one more, well, the extra point is going to end up costing us this. Unless we go for 2, which we won't.
We won't. Well,
we might. I don't know.
Just to try it, why not?
4 receivers, 3 to the top.
Opportunity.
Yeah. McQueen, quarterback keeper, near far side, and makes 3 tacklers miss. Out across the 45, down inside Panther territory, down to the Panther 37-yard line, and he is a heck of a runner.
Wow. And and I was just talking about the cameraman, his elbow slipped off the table, it looked like.
We're going to have an official timeout for a water break. 5:45 left to go in the third. Dogs on top, 34-7.
Hello, Bulldog fans. This is Greg Watson, the Bulldog basketball coach and realtor at Teal & Waters Real Estate. There are offers being made as we speak all over Crestview by new home builders. They are buying your interest rate down significantly and, yes, making your monthly house payments lower and lower. What we have here is aggressive home builder competition vying for your consideration, from new Southside homes by the well-known builders to our own CJL Construction throughout Crestview's north side and in Freeport. CJL Construction is offering up to $10,000 for closing costs or interest rate buydown. Call or text me at 256-682-6605 or go to my website, gregwatsonrealestate.com. I would like to show you some houses. Go Bulldogs.
CQ Roofing, your hometown roofer since 1999, is state licensed and insured. Chris Courier, the owner, is born and raised in Crestview, North Okaloosa County, family owned and operated for 24 years of local service, specializing in shingles and metal roofs. Re-roof repair specialist. If you have any roofing needs, you can call them at 850-683-4169 or visit their website at cqroofing.com.
McQueen just overshoots Colemitz over here on the near side just by maybe a half a step. You're going to bring up second down and 10 for the Dogs from the Panther 38-yard line.
I got the window open. I feel cool air blowing in. Scott,
window,
is it cool down there? Did he already take a break?
I'm here. I said it's very nice.
Very nice.
Okay, well, let's talk a little bit.
The play clock is working now. Inside of 10 seconds on the play clock.
Okay.
4 receivers set. McQueen back to pass. Sets up wide receiver screen to Robinson. Robinson spinning, and the Panthers do a nice job on that screen. Gain of 1 on the play. Third down and 9 coming up for the Dogs.
I see a lot of potential for the Bulldogs in the next year or two with our skill players. They're very young. They're very fast. They're very talented. As our line matures, we've got a very young O-line. I'm seeing really some things that I haven't seen in a long time in our skill position, and I like it.
4 receivers set for the Dogs. Third down and 9 coming up for the Dogs. McQueen passes on the play action, and the ball was tipped at the line of scrimmage, or he would have had a nice completion to Colemitz. 4th down and 9 coming up for Crestview, and it doesn't look like the offense is going to go anywhere.
No. 4:49 left here in the third, and the punting unit may come out on the field. I don't know. No?
They're going for it.
They're going to go for it. Watch a quick kick right here. We talked about this. Me and Coach talked about it. If he drops back, he may or may not drop back. I don't know.
5 receivers set, empty. McQueen back there by himself.
Watch this.
10 seconds left on the play clock. Still looking for a signal over there, and we're going to take a timeout.
Yeah. We're going to take a quick timeout as they think about it. Coach Grant's going to put the chess table down. We'll be right back.
This is Dusty Holloway, owner of the Holloway Agency, and we are proud supporters of the Crestview Bulldogs. The Holloway Agency is your locally owned and operated independent insurance agency, and we offer a full line of coverages for all of your home, auto, business, and life insurance needs. Our offices are located at 168 West Woodruff Avenue in historic downtown Crestview. Feel free to drop in, or you can give us a call at 850-682-1900, or you can go to our website at www.thehollowayagency.com. Go Dogs.
I'm Jenny Powell. I'm one of the attorneys at Powell, Powell & Powell Law Firm. Our family has been invested for over 100 years in Northwest Florida, serving your families for over 70 years. If you're in a car accident, you need a law firm who has the training, skill, and experience necessary to deal with insurance companies so that your case doesn't drag on forever. Let our family take care of your family during your most crucial moments. Just remember, Powell, Powell & Powell Law Firm is here for you. You can always just go to our website at www.powelllawfirm.com.
McQueen back to pass, looking over the middle, has a man, and that should be, yep, that's going to be, he got there early, going to be interfered with. That was Rogers over the middle. They got hit early. So that'll be a 15-yard penalty on the Milton Panthers and a first down for the Dogs.
Don't show off too much. Tass is celebrate. They was throwing a lot of flags last year for any kind of celebration. We don't need to do that. But that is an automatic first down. Tassin will come off the field. Take a break, breather.
Yeah, Rogers was over the middle of the field, and
was that Tassin or Rogers?
Rogers. And
oh, my
they
bad.
hit him. They hit him before he had a chance. They had really tackled him before he had a chance to make a play on the ball. So first down and 10 for the Dogs at the Panther 23-yard line. 4 receivers set. 4:41 left to go here in the third. McQueen back to pass again, looking, now scrambling out to the near far side. Has a man out there on the far flat, and it looks like that ball's going to be in and out of the hands of the intended receiver. Second down and 10 coming up for the Dogs.
So that last play, Rogers, I didn't hear you correctly. Rogers was hacked, gets the automatic first down, makes it second and 10 with that incomplete pass. The Bulldogs, this quarter's went by a lot slower than the other two. We've been passing a lot more.
Yeah. It can go by, the next one can go by a lot quicker if we get 8 more points.
We get, what do we need? 8 points?
8 unanswered.
I'm telling you right now, we go for 2 here if we get it.
McQueen rolling out near side, throwing, had a wide open Cole miss in and out of his hands, was trying to run before he caught the football. Third down and 10 coming up for the Dogs.
Got happy there for just a second. Bulldogs next week will have another home game, not to jump the gun, but Walton Braves will come to town. We hadn't played Walton Braves since Brunson, early in the Brunson years, 02-03. I remember going over there and calling that game.
4 receivers for the Dogs, 3 to the top. A lot of pass-heavy possession here for Crestview. McQueen going to take it right up the middle. Has it across the 20, going to be tackled down around the 18. Going to bring up 4th down and 5 or 4. We'll call it 4th down and 4 for the Dogs.
The last we heard, Mariana was beating Walton 29-23. If you have an update on that, holler at us, 850-682-1177. The Bulldogs have 4th and we're going to call it a long 4. And they're going to go for it, of course.
5 wide receivers. McQueen by himself back there in the backfield. 10 seconds left to go on the play clock. We're still trying to get a play in, and we're going to get a penalty over here on the near sideline, Judge. We'll see what that is. I don't know.
Line surge, Scott. Where's half? Heavy? Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Sideline
8, 9, 10,
warning.
11. Sideline warning. Is that a flag now, or do you get 1.5?
No, he throws the flag, but it's a warning.
We already had 1. How many you get?
No, well, I don't think we had 1.
I don't remember getting 1.
Wow,
we got 1 the first quarter.
Huh.
Oh, we did. Huh.
So really an unnecessary stoppage of play, if we're just going to be honest. 5 wide receivers for the Dogs.
It reset the play clock.
It didn't do nothing. Just making our night longer.
That's true. That is true.
5 receivers, 4th down and 4. Dogs have it at the Panther 17-yard line. McQueen all by himself in the backfield, looking to make another 4th down conversion. Has the snap, looking to throw, under pressure, rolling out far side. Throwing across the middle, has a completion. Touchdown, Dogs. That's Cole Metz
making up for that one that got away from him, and that extends the Bulldog lead 40-7.
Going for two,
and
baby.
we're going for two.
I told you, you got to. Glory, glory. Glory, glory. Hallelujah. That's an old song.
They don't.
Coach,
They took the hymns out of it.
They are going to go for one.
No, the kicker's not in the game.
Oh, he's not?
No.
Oh, they were trying. The line was trying to set up. Now they're scrambling. I was going to say.
Tassin is in at quarterback. Rogers is behind him. 4 receivers set for the Dogs. Tassin takes the snap. Speed option. Takes it himself and just dances it right in the end zone. And that will get the clock rolling here for the Dogs. They're up 42-7 with 3:28 left to go in the third.
All right, we'll take a break and strap your seatbelts on. This is going to go quick. Just think NASCAR. We'll be right back.
Hey, my friends, this is Tara. When you choose Whitehurst Powell Funeral Home and Crematory, you're choosing a partner who cares deeply about you and your family during this difficult time. Our mission is to provide comfort, support, and a sense of closure as you celebrate your loved one's life. Contact us today to learn more about our services or to speak with one of our compassionate staff members. Let us help you honor the memory of your loved one with dignity and respect. Whitehurst Powell Funeral Home and Crematory, where compassion and care come together.
If you're in the market for a brand new custom home, maybe you have some commercial work that needs to be done or remodeling, there's one place to call, and that's VLM Construction Services at 850-305-2959. Lonnie Miller and his crew has been working in Florida and in Alabama for over 30 years. If you're within the sound of my voice, they have plenty of home sites available in Crestview and Baker. Don't hesitate to call for any of your construction needs. 850-305-2959.
I've been around long enough to not be shocked by anything anymore. But this, well, this takes the cake. 38%. That's all. Only 38% of your electricity actually makes it to your home. Just think about how much is wasted. That's the shocking truth. It's appalling and really shocking. Find out more at okaloosagas.com/truth. It really is shocking.
And while we were at break, we kicked it out of bounds, and we'll see if the Panthers are going to, the clock runs, it stopped.
Went out of bounds.
Oh, that's the only, because you can't purposely let the clock run and them not have a chance. I guess.
Huh?
Well, it's the penalty.
No, there it goes.
It stops on a penalty. Doesn't
now
it?
It's rolling.
Oh, I was going to say, it's got to be momentarily.
Yeah. Okay. And the clock will run. We have 2 minutes left here in the third in a quick 12 minutes. So a total 14 minutes left in this ball game, and you can add about a minute between quarters, and that's it. So wherever you're at, you've got 15 minutes to get to the house.
Panthers hand it off. Dogs right there. Gain of maybe a half a yard. Second down and 9.
They've really done a good job after the first possession.
Yeah, Milton came out and went, 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
We looked at each other. It was 10 minutes.
Yeah.
9 minutes and 40 seconds. And we looked at each other and said, what was that? And like you said, they got rid of that deep safety and pulled, was it Tassin that was playing that?
Yeah, that, and I think, Scott, you saw something with the linebackers?
Yeah, they was lining up. They just did some adjusting at that first series.
Just some
tight ends
lineup adjustments, and got that cleaned up.
It's real. It's just that's coaching. They'll fix it.
Yep.
Yeah. Hey, get your scores in 850-682-1177. Really like to know the update on the Walton game. The last we heard, it was 29-23. They come to the Doghouse next week, and then we go to Choctaw the next week after that. Then we'll be home for a few weeks.
Panthers 3rd down and 10 here. 20 seconds left to go in the third. Back to pass. Has the completion to the near side. Going to run out of bounds short of the first down. There is a flag on the play as well.
That doesn't stop the clock, though.
It does not. No, it does.
Oh, the flag stopped
the
clock?
does, I guess, while we sort it out.
Until they sort it out, yeah. We had Catholic up by 7.
Holding on the Panthers.
That's a 4th holding call tonight on the Panthers. minus 10 yards again. We had Catholic up 7 over Navarre. Pace was tied up. Holmes County was beating the slobber out of Bozeman. South Sumter has come back on Niceville and winning that game 27-21. Sumter, Bushnell, Florida, South Sumter is a pretty good team. Tate was beating Fort Walton 21-0. So you can look at that two different ways. We got both of those teams. Jay was beating Vernon 34-0. Pine Forest scored another touchdown. That's 19-6. No, I think it was 19-6 last we heard. Baker's still up over the Little Rattlers. If y'all got an update on Baker, I'd appreciate that.
We declined the holding penalty. It's 4th down and 5. They are going to punt this ball away, but there's no time left on the third quarter, so I don't know what we're doing out there.
I don't think they know either. They going to get a free kick, or we don't play with the clock.
We don't know yet.
And the Braves fans is bottom of the 10th, 2-2.
In overtime or in extra innings.
Yep.
Free baseball is what
Braves has got one on
they
third
used to call it.
with 2 outs.
Are they home?
Yes.
They are home.
National.
Playing oh, that's right. Timmy's up there watching it right now with his buddy. What did I say that guy's name was? That went to
Chuck.
Chuck. Oh, Chuck. Give me Chuck watching. Sitting right behind the kicker plate. Up about 3 steps, 3 rows. Yeah. So
that is the end of the third quarter.
That is the end of the third quarter. Do we stay out there or we're going to take a quick timeout? Looks like we got it.
Take a quick one.
We're going to take a quick timeout. Don't touch the dial. We'll wrap it up here on WAZ. We'll have the coach's interview maybe. We'll be right back.
My husband and I just closed on our new home. We found a builder, CJL Construction, through Teal and Waters. We shopped around 4 months until we found this particular home. It was exactly what we was looking for. The workmanship was unbelievable, and it was the neighborhood we wanted to be in. Colton Leyendecker and Teal and Waters made this a simple, stress-free purchase. We are pleased to recommend CJL Construction and Teal and Waters if you're in the market to buy a home. I highly recommend you go to their website for all their listings and information at crestvviewhomes.com.
And we are back. They're about to kick this ball away. Punt it. Swap sides.
Punts away. Maybe the best punt of the night, honestly. Down to around the Bulldog 30-yard line, somewhere in there. Clock will continue to run.
Clock will run. It is 9 o'clock. When's the last time we had a 2-hour ball game? 2 hour and 12 minutes.
Well, I don't want to bring this up right now, but we had a couple last year that
that's right.
Weren't so favorable towards the old Dogland, though.
We had to run a clock on us.
Right.
Was that the old fish heads? Was that one of them?
That was the way, yeah, one of them.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be different this year because we're at home at least. I'm just saying it's not away.
Oh, yeah.
That way we don't have to
We'll be inside anyway.
That's right, absolutely. And our away games, the last 4 games, should be in cool weather in case we have to sit outside to sacrifice to bring this to the fans, right?
The international audience.
International, all the way to England tonight.
Tassin hands the ball off in at quarterback now, and we're going to get maybe 4 yards on the play. Second down and 6 coming up for Crestview.
Do you put your backups in?
Oh, yeah, you get some guys in there.
Let some other kids run.
You want to get a look at? That was Cobb on the carry for the Dogs there.
Cobb's the starter. He's been the workhorse tonight. Tassin's going to get to play a little QB tonight.
Tassin waits for the snap. We're going to take our time. 15 seconds left on the play clock.
Run it all down. Might as well. With 10 minutes left here, we'll be over this game in 10 minutes. So get ready. We'll try to get Coach Grant as quick as we can.
And we're going to wind this thing all the way down and to 0. They could have called a delay of game, to be honest. Tassin takes it, makes about really the whole Panther defense miss, gets it down inside the Panther 40, but it looks like we got a holding call on the Dogs.
Yeah, when you start getting fancy like that, things do happen.
Either that or a crackback block. I could.
And we got a injured player on the field. That's going to stop us here with 9:55 left to go.
That's Tassin. Oh, he's getting up.
No, yep.
No, that ain't. Yes, it is. He's hoppling off, too. No, that ain't good. That ain't good, Daddy.
Harris just pulled off again. Another win for him.
The Braves did?
Braves just pulled off another win, folks. How about it? They making a little run here.
And it looks like they're stretching Tassin out for a cramp, so he's fine.
Okay, it wasn't a twisted ankle. That's what scared me. We got another quarterback in. Yes, we do.
Number 24, that is Chasen Lawrence, the freshman.
Okay.
And he's going to take a quarterback keeper, and he's got some moves out across the 50.
That's a first
gain
down,
of,
man.
Gain of 10, first down and 10 for the Dogs.
Where's that been my whole life? When you get a backup third-string quarterback come in and make a first down, I haven't seen that in a long time. Bulldogs will win tonight against the Milton Panthers handedly. They come in and just after that first drive, Milton had a very impressive, almost a 10-minute drive for a touchdown. They haven't been able to do anything against this defense of the Dogs.
Lawrence, 4 receivers, looking to go to work here. Going to quarterback keep it again. It's got some good yardage out across the 40 down to the Panther 39. Gain of 6 for the freshman. Second down and 4.
I would venture to say I would put my other Benjamin on that he will not do anything but run the ball from here on out.
That was a 10-4 on the crank.
Well, he could hand it off.
I don't see that happening. Now,
I bet he hands it off to Robinson right here.
He may.
Robinson had a nice run earlier in the game.
He did. Now that Robinson's in, I didn't know if he'd come in or not, but I would say it's a 50-50 chance. Robinson or the quarterback, one of the two.
8 minutes and counting left to go in the game.
They're both looking at the wristband. Oh, what
Lawrence
is this?
Back the pass as a completion. Out to the 34-yard line, first down.
Cameraman missed that one, man. I tell you, the cameraman needs to be.
It's a good thing we're not betting men, Tim.
I know. Good Lord. Who would have thunk it?
7:45 and counting.
Pass.
Crestview up 42-7.
Now, if that pass would have went for a touchdown, I'd feel like we was at Choctaw that year that
our
quarterback threw the ball and made a touchdown with 40-point lead. What are we doing?
You got to give old Coach Hatton one thing. He
didn't call that.
He did. Well, he may not have, but he also didn't call the Dogs off at all.
No, he didn't. Hammer. They stopped playing us for a while. I don't blame
Yeah.
them.
A lot of people stopped playing us for a while. Robinson on the carry. Nice carry inside the 30 down to the Panther 26. 8-yard gain, second down and 2.
Was that the year before, after, or the year we went to state? I mean, Final Four?
Yeah, right in that area.
Right in that area.
Yeah.
Well, with about 7 minutes left here on the clock, Bulldogs will at least win 42-7 is what it's showing. We don't know if they'll punch it in. If you've got some scores, get them in quick. We'll try to get an interview from Coach. Scott, if you don't mind, go ahead and prepping him for the 50-yard line on the sidelines there so we can make sure it don't break up. And we'll wrap this up quick and get it back to the station. Shotgun formation one more time. Backup quarterback in. And now we've got the
we're going to have a delay game on the Dogs.
Yep. And the clock will start back up once the ball's in play on a delay game, I'm pretty sure. Otherwise, you just do that the whole time.
I always thought it was ironic that you got a penalty for a delay game, and then the delay game penalty itself further delays the game. What are we doing?
What are we doing? Now we're going to punt.
Now we got a timeout for a water break.
Another water break. We've had so many water breaks. We'll be right back. Don't touch the dial.
Hello, this is Dixie Dan Powell. Just like in the courtroom, you got to be bulldog tough. It takes teamwork to get to the goal line and to win the game. Go Bulldogs. Call us, Powell Injury Law, 850-306-2667. That's 850-306-2667.
Guys, listen up. Did you spend too long out on the boat this Saturday fishing? Have you been on the links a little too much? Do you need to get out of the doghouse? Let me tell you where you need to go. Joey the Jeweler. He's on Main Street right by Desi's. He's got tons of beautiful jewels to win your girl back over. And make sure to go like and share his Facebook page. He's always doing great giveaways, so you have a chance to win something free for your girl. So head on over to facebook.com/JoeyTheJeweler. Or you guys could just ask Siri what the phone number is.
Hey Siri, what is the phone number to Joey the Jeweler?
Joey the Jeweler's phone number is 850-682-1980.
We're right back here, Jack Foster Stadium, with the Milton Panthers coming over to give us a chance to have a pretty good showing tonight, as the Bulldogs are going to take this game to the house. And next week we have the Walton Braves. Does anybody have an update on the Walton Braves? If you're out there listening, text me 850-682-1177. I'd like to get an update. The last we heard, Mariana was winning that game. I could text Coach White right now. You think he would respond?
Negative.
You know why? Because it's 37-23. I appreciate it, Tommy, for the update. 37-23. What in the world?
Mariana's on top, I take it.
Yes.
Okay.
That is a shock to me.
Lawrence, speed option, far side, pitches it to Cobb. Cobb going to get tackled short of the first down, going to bring up fourth down. 5:30 and counting left to go in the game.
We'll go for it here.
Fourth down and short and deep inside Panther territory.
I'd have never thought. Now, last year, remember, Mariana made it to the playoffs too and got beat by Catholic first round, and then Walton got beat by Catholic. So Mariana must have had some guys coming back just like Walton. And Mariana, this is a wow. This changes the whole dynamics of that district. You have Mariana, South Walton, Freeport, Walton, and Catholic.
Four receivers. Lawrence takes it up the middle, has a first down. And I've been impressed by the freshman quarterback so far.
I have.
That was number 2.
I don't even have.
Well, that was Cobb on the play, or Cobb on the carry, excuse me. But I've still been impressed by the freshman, even though he's not in the game anymore. Oh, no, there he is.
I haven't had the right score or the right anything up there on your scoreboard as you're watching on YouTube. I apologize about that. I do now. Needless to say, there's only 4 minutes and 20 seconds left. So y'all been looking at it for the whole time. Y'all been seeing the wrong score. Now it is 42-7, fourth quarter here. Going to wrap this game up here momentarily. And again, the quarterback will take it.
Gain of about 5.
Gain of about 5 off of the left side of the line there.
Prediction on the Georgia Tech Florida State game.
I'm going to go, what's the number on that?
Florida State's minus 10.5.
10.5? Oh, I think they'll cover that. Now, listen, I'm not
neutral
a big Florida.
field, only thing that kind of scares you a little bit, but
jet lag,
first game of the year, but
well, it is also with Georgia Tech, and I think I'm not a big FSU guy, but I think they've got a lot of talent there. Listening to some of my buddies.
Well, they're ranked. I think they're preseason ranked don't mean anything, but they're ranked number 10 coming into the year.
So after the debacle of the playoffs last year,
they ought to have a little chip on their shoulder.
They got a chip, I think.
Yeah. And deservedly so.
Yes, absolutely. I think they got the shaft on that.
Lawrence carries it for a first down.
And not that it really matters.
No.
Because everybody's got buttholes and elbows. They got opinions, but I think it was Texas A&M, or Texas, that took their spot, not Alabama. Well, here we go with about 2:40 left here in the ball game. Bulldogs, are they going to try to punch it in one more time? If they do, it's just going to be running it, and Milton will have to stop. The quarterback's doing all the pounding here, and finally Milton stops them for no gain. Second down, the clock's running with 2:20 left. Again, I don't want to say the final score, 42-7, because Bulldogs could happen to punch it in. They could really just take their time, run a couple little sweeps.
They got 2, maybe 3 plays left in the game.
Yeah.
Whether they score or not, even if Milton gets the ball back, I'm going to say 3 more plays, 2 or 3 more, and this game will be over. It looks like Cobb and Lawrence will stay in your backfield, Lawrence takes it. He's going to keep it again, and he's going to get tackled right around the line of scrimmage.
Very again, so very shocking that Walton's getting pounded like that. I'm just really, really shocked. Catholic was still up over Navarre.
Sorry, I was just going to get the starting offense out there.
Yes, do it.
That started the game, not the ones that are in right now. McQueen, we've called his name a lot at quarterback. Rogers, Colmetz, Phillips, Tassin, Green, Washington, and Washington at left tackle and left guard. I assume they're brothers. Easter, Grisby, and Thomas rounds out the offensive line.
Anybody got the Baker update? I know they was beating Little Rattlers pretty good, Baby Rattlers. And another run by the Bulldogs up the middle. And just trying to get the clock down with 50 seconds left. This should be the last
It'll be the last play. Yep.
Will it stop on a possession change? It will not. So I think what will happen is they'll run it down to about, looks like they're going to run it down to about 20 seconds and snap it. And if I was them, you don't have to even run a play. Just let it just kneel on it, and by the time they get the team out, that'll be it, and that's going to be the ball game. Scott's going to try to get Coach. Once they shake hands, we're going to take a quick timeout. Your final score here is 42-7. Did somebody take a timeout?
Delay a game.
No, he took
delay a game.
They're going to let the clock run out. It's over.
Yeah, it's over. We'll be right back. Your final score is 42-7. We're going to try to get Coach Grant in an interview right back.
Listen up. We have a big event coming at the Crestview Community Center September the 8th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. And that is the Barber and Beauty Expo 2024. This is presented by Factory Cuts. This is one of the largest barber and beauty expo events in this part of the country. There will be barber competitions, exhibitions, there will be classes. For more information, call 850-306-6229. It's at the Crestview Community Center, September the 8th. That's a Sunday from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. It's the Crestview Barber and Beauty Expo 2024. You don't want to miss it. To get tickets or more information, go to the website, CrestviewExpoEventbrite.com.
As most of you know by now, Main Street in Crestview is going through a revitalization project. Blocks 1 and 2 are complete, and we will be starting Block 3 very soon. At this time, you can drive and park up and down Main Street without detours. We invite everyone to come down Main Street and see the project that's complete, and while you're there, stop and shop at all the great businesses on Main Street in Crestview, Florida.
Casey Electric has been the longest running sponsor of the Big Red Machine Show, and WAAZ and Crestview High School appreciates Casey Electric for their support. Casey Electric has served Okaloosa and Walton County since 1948. That's right, 1948. You've got to be doing something right to be able to say that. Casey Electric can handle all your AC, heating, and electrical needs. A Carrier dealer, Casey Electric services all brands of AC units. Give Casey Electric a call, 682-3037. That's 682-3037.
And we are with Coach Thomas Grant. Listen, you got to be feeling good after the first drive, right?
Yeah, I mean, that first drive, I thought our defense kind of had some stupid penalties and extended the drives. That's exactly what you can't do. You know, it's like having errors in baseball. You can't give them extra outs. When you can get off the field on third down, and we extended the drive with a rough in the passer, that's just a stupid penalty. But after that, we kind of locked in a little bit.
Did you do any adjustments on how deep you played or no, or they just zoned in?
Yeah, it got locked in a little bit better.
Yeah. Well, as you look at your offense, you have a lot of weapons, and I don't know, as we were sitting up here looking, we see a young team, but about as talented team as we've had in a long time.
Yes, sir. The skilled guys did their job tonight. I thought the offensive line, for the most part, played well. There's a lot of things we got to fix from week 1 to week 2 because our next 3 games is it's a gauntlet. So we got to get ready for that.
I don't know why Mariana's beating the dog crap out of Walton. That's a little shocker to me. They're pounding them mistakes, but, not very many penalties, Coach, at all. You had a good, clean game.
Yeah, especially after that first drive. We preach. When people turn on the film, I want them to see a smart, fast, physical football team, and that's what we're trying to get to.
That was great, Coach. We'll see you next week.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Go Dogs.
Go Dogs. Hey, before I'll let you give your final thoughts on this. First of all, let me just say this: Donald Shaw, he won. He had Bulldogs 35.
Wow.
And he won a free buffet down there at Disney.
We didn't have one on the number last year, did we?
Was that on the number?
35, yeah.
It was.
Yeah.
It was, but I was going to give it to the closest. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
Donald got it right on the number.
Yeah.
We had a bunch of high numbers, but he got it right on the number. So congratulations to Donald. And next week, here's what we're going to do. I didn't get a chance to do it this week. We're going to have a QR code. And if you we'll have it up on the screen some. If you like to give to the ball team, all the money goes towards any, if you're sitting there and you would like to give a couple bucks, all of that goes to the ball team. Now, here's what we're going to do. For every dollar that you give to the ball team while you're sitting there watching on your big screen, your name goes in a hat for every dollar. Let's say I give $5. My name goes in the drawing 5 times. The winner gets a 2-night, 3-day at Orlando. You got to get there, but it's a 2-night, 3-day stay at one of the resorts down there. We just got our hands on some of these, so we're just going to give them out that way. Use it how you would like, but we'll do that every week, and that'll help the Bulldogs raise some money, and we appreciate all that you do. We're glad that we can bring this to you. If you're listening on the radio, you can always jump on and watch the rerun. If you see that QR code, if you want to give a couple, $2 or $3 or whatever, your name will go in the hat for however many dollars you give to the Bulldogs every week. So your final score here, 42-7. We heard Coach after that first drive, he felt pretty good about the night.
Yeah, nothing not to feel good about.
That's right.
Like he said, obviously, once they go back and watch film, they'll have some things to clean up. Got a tough test coming against the Walton Braves team, like you said, they're going to be, if they don't come back, even if they do, they're going to be hungry next week for that first win, and it's going to be a tough test next week.
Tough test, and they're a pound and ground team, aren't they?
They can do it. They can do it both. They got a really talented quarterback over there that is one of the best in the area.
He came from South Walton.
Yeah.
They didn't start him. That's right. He was pretty dominant, and he's a returner. So he's a senior, and
Max Preps or whatever, they come out with rankings all the time. And Coach White, we happened to be playing golf the other day, and they did a little thing, the top 11 returning quarterbacks in the state of Florida, and he was in the top 11.
Really?
Yep.
Wow. So that's pretty impressive.
For their class, or wherever.
Is Scott even? I don't even know if Scott's
he gone.
He gone. Final score here is 42-7. Donald Shaw is the winner tonight. Appreciate everybody staying tuned in, everybody on the radio. We're going to kick it back to the station for some good country music. Y'all have a great weekend. We'll see you next week here at Jack Foster Stadium. Final score 42-7. Bulldogs win.